Chapter 001. Return to 17 years old _1 pain. Intense pain. Like being pushed off a high building, her body was in a sudden state of weightlessness. Reduced to bloody fragments. Yang jerked to her senses, eyes fluttering open amid splitting headaches. Her blurry vision slowly cleared. So did the muffled sound surrounding her. Yang squinted her eyes. Dull yellow light from above flickered, resembling that of an old-fashioned light bulb commonly found in rural areas in the 70s and 80s, enough to make one dizzy. Wah! The sudden wail of a newborn broke out in the air. Where was this? Why was there a crying child? Yang suddenly realized that the situation before her eyes was all too familiar. Before Yang could comprehend it over, a skinny and tall elderly woman burst in from outside, exclaiming excitedly, "It's born! My eldest grandson has been born. Let me see my eldest grandson. My precious eldest grandson, your grandma is here." The woman on the bed, holding the weeping infant, bore no smiles on her face, only shame in her eyes. "Mother, I'm sorry, it was not a boy. It was a girl." This was going to disappoint the old lady. The old Mrs. Mu swiftly pulled back the blanket covering the infant, tears streaking down her face as her countenance turned ominous. "My eldest grandson. Where is my eldest grandson? You wicked woman, give me back my eldest grandson." The abject weeping of the woman on the bed continued. I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry I have failed the Mu family. But I promise I will give birth to a son for our Mu family in the next pregnancy. Next one. You have the nerve to talk about the next one. Think, how many liabilities have you birthed? You old barren hen who can't produce sons. Mrs. Mu harshly stated, "Get rid of it immediately. We, the Mu family, can't afford such a liability." These unspeakable words echoed in her ears, and Yang rubbed her temples with her hand. Suddenly, Yang froze. This pair of hands was creamy and delicate, slender beyond measure. Her hands, scarred from time and trials, couldn't possibly be this beautiful. However, the small red birthmark on the tiger's mouth was undoubtedly hers. Yang swiftly understood. These were her hands from when she was younger. If this wasn't a dream, then it was the summer of 1983, the year when she lost everything. At that time, her name was Mu Yang. Yang was the name she chose after escaping from this hellish ordeal. She was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Her mother, Zihua, gave birth to 4 daughters, 3 of whom were cast away. Her father, Mu Jinbao, desired a son so much that he kept a mistress. Zihua not only served like cattle and horse for the mistress but ultimately died under the heavy torment of that family. And her? She was sold to an old bachelor from the neighboring village by the mistress, suffering endless torment. And that ferocious, foul-mouthed person was her grandmother, Mrs. Mu. Previously, she failed to protect her mother and youngest sister. This time, even if it's just a dream, she will protect her mother and sister. "Grandmother, please don't. Don't throw away my sister." Yang shielded her mother and sister with her arms. A harsh slap swung towards Yang from Mrs. Mu, and a bright imprint was left on Yang's face. "Shut up. Loss-generating child. How dare you defy me? Do you want to die?" It hurt so much. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Yang covered her left cheek. Disbelief filled her eyes. Would a dream cause pain? This was not a dream. She had been reborn. She was back. Despite the dire situation, Yang was still elated. This time, she was determined to take charge of her own destiny. To protect the ones around her and resist Mrs. Mu to the end. Yang looked up at Mrs. Mu and said, "Grandma, I am your own granddaughter. When you cursed me as a loss, have you ever considered your own standing?" Mrs. Mu, a woman herself who despised women, was utterly disgusting to Yang. Mrs. Mu was speechless. Her murky eyes seemed like they might pop out. This little burden dared to talk back. However, this time, Mrs. Mu held back her reprimand. If she were to reprimand Yang, doesn't it indirectly admit that she herself was a loss as well? "You're utterly ungrateful. Move aside, or else he'll kill you. Mrs. Mu pushed away Ni Yang and grabbed the baby girl from Ni Quihua's hold. Grandma, she's also your granddaughter. Please don't throw her away. Faced with this situation, Ni Yang decided to plead with Mrs. Mu. Her sister, just born, would be nothing more than a meal for wild dogs if she was abandoned in the mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1 Return to 17 years old _1 pain. Intense pain. Like being pushed off a high building, her body was in a sudden state of weightlessness. Reduced to bloody fragments. Ni Yang jerked to her senses, eyes fluttering open amid splitting headaches. Her blurry vision slowly cleared. So did the muffled sound surrounding her. Ni Yang squinted her eyes. Dull yellow light from above flickered, resembling that of an old-fashioned light bulb commonly found in rural areas in the 70s and 80s, enough to make one dizzy. Wawa, the sudden wail of a newborn broke out in the air. Where was this? Why was there a crying child? Ni Yang suddenly realized that the situation before her eyes was all too familiar. Before Ni Yang could comprehend it over, a skinny and tall elderly woman burst in from outside, exclaiming excitedly, "It's born! My eldest grandson has been born! Let me see my eldest grandson! My precious eldest grandson, your grandma is here!" The woman on the bed, holding the weeping infant, bore no smiles on her face, only shame in her eyes. "Mother, I'm sorry, it was not a boy. It was a girl." This was going to disappoint the old lady. The old Mrs. Mu swiftly pulled back the blanket covering the infant, tears streaking down her face as her countenance turned ominous. "My eldest grandson. Where is my eldest grandson? You wicked woman, give me back my eldest grandson." The abject weeping of the woman on the bed continued. I'm sorry, mother. I'm sorry I have failed the Mu family. But I promise I will give birth to a son for our Mu family in the next pregnancy. Next one. You have the nerve to talk about the next one. Think, how many liabilities have you birthed? You old barren hen who can't produce sons. Mrs. Mu harshly stated, get rid of it immediately. We, the Mu family, can't afford such a liability. These unspeakable words echoed in her ears. Ni Yang rubbed her temples with her hand. Suddenly, Ni Yang froze. This pair of hands was creamy and delicate, slender beyond measure. Her hands, scarred from time and trials, couldn't possibly be this beautiful. However, the small red birthmark on the tiger's mouth was undoubtedly hers. Ni Yang swiftly understood. These were her hands from when she was younger. If this wasn't a dream, then it was the summer of 1983, the year when she lost everything. At that time, her name was Mu Yang. Ni Yang was the name she chose after escaping from this hellish ordeal. She was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Her mother, Ni Zihua, gave birth to 4 daughters, 3 of whom were cast away. Her father, Mu Jinbao, desired a son so much that he kept a mistress. Ni Zihua not only served like cattle and horse for the mistress but ultimately died under the heavy torment of that family. And her? She was sold to an old bachelor from the neighboring village by the mistress, suffering endless torment. And that ferocious, foul-mouthed person was her grandmother, Mrs. Mu. Previously, she failed to protect her mother and youngest sister. This time, even if it's just a dream, she will protect her mother and sister. Grandmother, please don't. Don't throw away my sister. Ni Yang shielded her mother and sister with her arms. A harsh slap swung towards Ni Yang from Mrs. Mu, and a bright imprint was left on Ni Yang's face. Shut up. Loss-generating child. How dare you defy me? Do you want to die? It hurt so much. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Ni Yang covered her left cheek. Disbelief filled her eyes. Would a dream cause pain? This was not a dream. She had been reborn. She was back. Despite the dire situation, Ni Yang was still elated. This time, she was determined to take charge of her own destiny. To protect the ones around her and resist Mrs. Mu to the end. Ni Yang looked up at Mrs. Mu and said, Grandma, I am your own granddaughter. When you cursed me as a loss, have you ever considered your own standing? Mrs. Mu, a woman herself who despised women, was utterly disgusting to Ni Yang. Mrs. Mu was speechless. Her murky eyes seemed like they might pop out. This little burden dared to talk back. However, this time, Mrs. Mu held back her reprimand. If she were to reprimand Ni Yang, doesn't it indirectly admit that she herself was a loss as well? You're utterly ungrateful. Move aside, or else I'll kill you. Mrs. Mu pushed away Ni Yang and grabbed the baby girl from Ni Quihua's hold. Grandma, she's also your granddaughter. Please don't throw her away. Faced with this situation, Ni Yang decided to plead with Mrs. Mu. Her sister, just born, would be nothing more than a meal for wild dogs if she was abandoned in the mountains. Chapter 2 Return to 17 years old _2. Ni Xianxia crawled up from the bed, kneeling in front of elderly Mu, crying out, Mom, I beg you, don't throw her away, I beg you. As long as you don't throw her away, I'm willing to work like an ox and horse for the Mu family. Ni Xianxia is just an honest country woman, uneducated, illiterate. All she knows is to respect her mother-in-law, serve her husband, and bear a son for her husband's family. Now that her daughter is about to be discarded by her mother-in-law, she has no other option but to plead submissively. She dares not refute when she is beaten and scolded by her mother-in-law and husband. Hearing this, elderly Mu was so angry that her face contorted. You're supposed to work like an ox and horse for the Mu family. You worthless woman who can't give birth to a son. Why don't you just die? You're a jinx. You are our Mu family's jinx. Because of you, our family doesn't have a grandson. Mom, I beg you. Can you not throw away my child, please? Ni Xianxia pleaded desperately. Wench, get lost. Elderly Mu glared fiercely at Ni Xianxia, looking as if she could kill her at any moment. Her husband Mu Jinbao and elderly Mu are on the same side. He doesn't care about his daughter at all. He dreams of having a son. Mu Jinbao grabbed Ni Quihua's hair and said viciously, Scoundrel! Can't give birth to a son and still dare to rebel, huh? Watch me kill you today. Ni Xianxia cried so much that she ran out of tears. Her life is so unbearably hard. Why doesn't God bless her with a son? But Ni Yang watched everything in front of her, forcing herself to calm down. Then she suddenly seemed to remember something and knelt down on the ground. Dad, Grandma, my sister is our family's lucky star. How could we throw our lucky star away? Mu Jinbao spat with disgust. Lucky star? I think it's more like a disaster star. Ni Yang said seriously, Dad, everything I said is true. Last night I dreamed of a fairy, and the fairy told me that my sister is our family's Kaibao girl, our family's lucky star. Not only will she bring prosperity to our family, she will also bring us a little brother. The fairy also said that my sister's feet have 6 small black moles, which are blessings from the fairy to bless our family. If you don't believe it, you can go and see if my sister's feet have 6 black moles. In her past life, when elderly Mu was about to throw her sister away, she heard elderly Mu say, This worthless child even has 6 black moles on her feet. Luckily, Ni Yang remembered this sentence. Hearing this, elderly Mu squinted and looked at Mu Jinbao. Jinbao, go and see if it's true. Mu Jinbao immediately walked to the bedside to look. After a while, he joyfully said, It's true. It's true. There are really 6 black moles. This is truly miraculous. People are somewhat superstitious in this era. After hearing this, the facial expression on elderly Mu's face changes. May God bless us. Does this mean the Mu family will finally have descendants? Elderly Mu was very excited. Ni Yang seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Grandma, the fairy also said that the little brother has a special connection with Li Shu, and said that the little brother will be coming to our family in a few days. Li Shu? Elderly Mu immediately changed her tone and laughed. Good, good, good. We won't throw her away for now. Let's name her Li Fuxing. Li Shu is pregnant now. Isn't Li Shu the same as Li Shu? Oh my God. The child Li Shu's carrying really is a boy. Thinking about this, elderly Mu was overjoyed. Finally, the Mu family is going to have descendants. This is really a blessing from the gods. Hearing this, Quihua's face lit up with joy. Holding her child, she quickly kowtowed. Thank you, Mum. Thank you, Mum. Fuxing, let's thank Grandma quickly. Thank you, Grandma. Zihua knew that they owed their gratitude to Yang for what happened today. If not for Yang, her little daughter probably wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being thrown away. But how did Yang know that her sister had 6 small black moles on her feet? After all, she wasn't there when the baby was born, and the baby had been wrapped up in swaddling all this time, so Yang couldn't have seen her feet. Elderly Mu looked at Zihua kneeling on the ground. Her face didn't look good. Enough, enough. Get up now. The clothes from last night have not been washed yet. Go wash them quickly. Do you expect me to wash them? Gave birth to a worthless child and still want to enjoy postpartum rest? That was impossible. Zihua had given birth to 5 children, 3 of which were abandoned. She always returned to work immediately after giving birth. The idea of sitting the month was a distant dream for her. Yen felt sorry for her mother. It's bad for a woman who just gave birth to do laundry, she interrupted. Grandma, let me wash the clothes. The old lady Mu picked up a stick and hit Yen with it. You stupid girl. Born of low status. You think you're off the hook? Go cut grass on the back hill right now. The few goats of our house are still waiting for food. Yen did not dodge, but took the stick's hit. Only in the deepest pain could she see the reality. Thinking about it was indeed laughable. She and her mother combined were worth less than the goats at home. It was extremely ironic. Worried that the old lady Mu would continue to hit Yen, Zihua placed the child in her arms on the bed, reached out to grab the stick, and said timidly, Mom, don't be angry, I'm going to wash the clothes right away. While she was talking, she was signaling to Yen, hoping that Yen would not talk back anymore. Yen's gaze was lowered, and nothing could be seen in her eyes. Go cut the grass already. Mu Jinbao pushed Yen out. Wretched thing. Go as far as possible. Yen's hand hidden in her sleeve clenched into a fist. Because of excessive force, her knuckles had already turned slightly white. Wait for it. This time, she would definitely take her mother and sister away from this living hell. Definitely. The old lady Mu gave Mu Jinbao a look, and he immediately understood, following her out. After the mother-in-law and husband left, Zihua breathed a sigh of relief, gently placing the sleeping child on the bed, and she then got up to wash the clothes. Arriving at the back hill, Yen cut the vegetables while sorting out the memories in her mind. In her previous life, she was schemed by a mistress to marry an old bachelor from a neighboring village. After the old bachelor died, she went to Beijing. Her life in Beijing was very hard, but she never forgot to study hard. She not only went to university but also became a famous female entrepreneur, often appearing on television. In her previous life, she was killed. But she did not see who the murderer was, and she even had some difficulty remembering the cause of her death. However, considering the weightless state when she just woke up, she seemed to have died from falling from a building. But there was a very suspicious person in Yan's mind. That person was Li Xianxian. Yan's thoughts ran deep. However, she and Li Xianxian did not meet often, only 2 or 3 times. If Li Xianxian hadn't acted so strangely, she might not even remember what Li Xianxian looked like. Yen squinted her eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in her clear eyes. Now, since God has given her another chance to start over, she will cherish it. She will revenge the enemies. She will repay kindness. She will rewrite her past life's fate and compose a prosperous era. Just when Yen was about to go home after mowing the grass, a heavy object suddenly rushed towards her from behind. Bang bang. The two rolled down the hill and directly to the bottom of the slope. Yen looked at the heavy object pressing on her, her face slightly white. It was a man of about 25 years old, with a pair of exquisite phoenix eyes. Danger lurked in the depths of his eyes. Shush. The man covered Yen's mouth with one hand and made a gesture of silence with the other hand, placed against his lips. Chapter 3 Divorce. _1 The man and the woman were very close to each other, able to clearly see each other's faces. The man's hand was tight around her waist, and with a flip, their positions were changed. The man was now below and she was on top. The only thing that did not change was his hand, still clenching at her slim waist. The girl had really white skin. She had perfect peach blossom eyes that were clear and flawless. Her long eyelashes, like little fans, fluttered, easily able to hook the souls of people with a casual glance. Although her left cheek bore a clear handprint, it did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a unique charm. Fortunately, Yang was wearing a green dress today, hidden within the dense grass. With the green color as camouflage, there was no trace to be found. Thud, thud, thud. Neat footsteps rang from the slope, the sound of boots stepping on the grass field. No need to think, the people above were definitely searching for the man. In such a strict situation, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she couldn't wash away the fact that she was hiding with a man if she were spotted. Yang bit her lip, her face turned ghastly pale, her heartbeat quickened. What should she do now? At that moment, a loud voice rang from the slope. He disappeared just around here, search everywhere. The footsteps immediately scattered. Nothing here. Nothing here either. The person slightly furrowed his brows, asking, "Have you searched down below?" "No." "Then go down there and check." "Okay." "They are coming down." What should she do? Yang almost lost her mind in anxiety. Chirp. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, sounds of fluttering bird wings echoed in the air, along with the hissing noise of a snake. There's a snake below. A snake can bite people. The approaching steps, at this point, halted, hiss. Chirp, chirp. The chirping of the bird weakened. The snake's hisses became increasingly forceful. And if the sound was any indication, the snake didn't seem small either. If bitten, a person could die, right? The person who originally intended to go down immediately retreated, heading upwards. There's no one down below. Let's check over there. Swish swish. The steady footsteps moved further and further away. However, Yang was still holding her breath, fearing the others might double back, careful to listen to the movement above. The man beneath her slightly narrowed his eyes, just watching on. The person who had made those sounds just now was none other than this village girl. He truly couldn't believe that a simple village girl could have such superb mimicry skills. These sort of skills would take decades to perfect under the guidance of a master. But the girl in front of him, she looked no more than 16 or 17. Even if there had been a genuine snake and bird present, one wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. She was that convincing. Truly impressive. Yang didn't have the leisure to pay attention to his expressions. She only stepped off him after all the men above had left completely. Sitting on the ground, she was panting heavily. She was very smart. Extremely smart and at the same time, very calm. How should she put it? She didn't really seem like a typical 16 or 17-year-old village girl. Her appearance was exceptional. Could an ordinary village girl possess such looks and adaptability? The man stood up from the ground, squinting his eyes. What's your name? Yang. Yang lied about her name. She wasn't stupid, she could tell that this man, with his vicious demeanor, wasn't someone good to deal with. She wasn't going to reveal her real name to him. Anyway, Ying and Yang are quite similar. What's your surname? The man continued to ask. Mu, Yang replied. Indeed, her surname is Mu now, she wasn't lying this time. How did you learn to mimic voices? The man's gaze was firmly locked on her, like a giant beast, making it somewhat suffocating. Yang said, This is the countryside, we have all sorts of animals around. I learned it growing up. Yang had always been smart, and had a great memory. The man narrowed his eyes as if to question the truth of her words. Then he took out a wallet from his pocket and pulled out a bundle of cash. This is my thanks. I'm from Beijing. If you ever run into trouble, you can come find me in Beijing. All right. Yang reached out to take the money, her expression obedient, but a flash of mockery passed through her downcast eyes. How could she ever seek out this kind of man that she wanted to avoid so badly? As for the money, of course she wouldn't refuse. It was rightfully hers after all. At the very least, she did save his life. If it weren't for her, This man might have been nabbed a long time ago. Moreover, she was in dire need of money right now. The man didn't linger around after giving the money. He left hurriedly. Just as he was about to disappear from Ni Yang's sight, he suddenly turned back to look at Ni Yang. Under the sunlight, the young girl stood there, slender and beautiful with skin as white as snow, as if she had just stepped out of a painting. Even the rich young ladies in the city couldn't compare to her. After one last glance, the man left. Once the man's figure disappeared out of sight, Ni Yang exhaled. At this moment, a dazzling reflection caught her eye. When she looked closely, she realized it was a watch in the grass. Ni Yang picked up the watch, casually putting it into her basket and returned home with the green grass. When Ni Yang returned home to the Mu family, a faint aroma of food wafted from the courtyard. Naturally, the one cooking was Ni Zihua. Though Ni Zihua had just given birth, she didn't have a moment to rest. "Mom, let me help you. You go and check on my little sister." Ni Yang picked up the spatula and skillfully flipped the potato pancake in the pan. "Yang, I can handle this." Ni Zihua watched Ni Yang and suddenly realized that her daughter had grown up quite a lot. The Ni Yang of the past was extremely timid, scared half to death at the sight of a mouse. But today, she dares to challenge both Jin Bao and the Mu matriarch. After flipping the potato pancake, Ni Yang looked up at Ni Zihua. "Mom, do you want to continue living like this?" Ni Zihua was taken aback. "What do you mean, Yang?" Ni Yang sighed. "Mom, divorce him." "Divorce? Such a thing is unheard of in this age. Furthermore, this is a secluded rural area. How could Ni Zihua, a traditional rural woman, even consider such a thing? In Ni Qihua's eyes, divorcees are immoral, flirtatious, bad women. What good woman would divorce? Ni Qihua's voice turned cold. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ni Yang took a deep breath. "Mom, think about it. What kind of life have you been leading in the Mu family? Do grandma and dad treat you like a human being? To them, you're just a tool for reproduction, only doing all the dirty and exhausting work. Mom, think carefully, what's the point of staying in this family? If this continues, it's not just my 3 younger sisters who will be thrown out, we might all end up dead." Ni Yang hoped that her mother would come to her senses soon. But she didn't. Ni Zihua simply couldn't accept these words because she was used to enduring hardships. She immediately covered Ni Yang's mouth and said angrily, "Who allowed you to slander your dad and grandma? You are just a child. If you dare to say such things again, I'll tear your mouth to pieces." Although Ni Zihua knew Ni Yang was trying to defend her and everything Ni Yang said was true, but the old-fashioned education Ni Zihua received from a young age had taught her that children shouldn't criticize their elders behind their backs. Such behavior was unfeeling. Besides, women were meant to obey their husbands after all. She couldn't resist. Ni Yang sighed. She understood her mother's thinking and knew what her mother was worried about. Let's just wait a little longer until mother sees the truth. Then she will willingly leave this place where people are being consumed. Ni Yang had a plan in her heart. Ni Zihua gently touched Ni Yang's reddened face and said hoarsely, "Does it hurt? Yang, does your face still hurt? Your grandma hit you too hard. Yang, listen to me, don't confront your grandma next time, it won't be as simple as a slap next time." Ni Yang slightly lifted her eyes and smiled. "It's okay, Mom, it doesn't hurt, not at all." "Really?" Ni Zihua asked incredulously. "Yes," Ni Yang nodded faintly. She had suffered so much in her previous life, what was a little pain to her now? Just at this moment, there came a sound of footsteps from the courtyard. The Mu matriarch put on an affected demeanor and yelled, "Where are you people?" Ni Zihua. "Get out here, don't you know we have guests?" Ni Zihua immediately ran out. "Mother, Jin Bao." "Who's this?" Standing between the Mu matriarch and Jin Bao was a plump, good-looking middle-aged woman. The Mu matriarch said, "This is my niece Ashu from my mother's side. Ashu is 9 months pregnant now. Remember to take good care of her. Since Ashu is expecting, any good food or drink in our house should be given to her first. Understand?" Chapter 4 And Ashu _1 The noise outside was quite loud. Ni Yang walked to the window, took a glance outside, and a chilling curve from her lips to her mouth. Just like ice in the 12th lunar month, it makes people shiver without being cold. She would recognize the person outside even if they turned to ashes. It was Li Shu, Mu Jinbeo's mistress, and also the one who cunningly planned to marry her off to an old bachelor. In her memories from the past life, Li Shu indeed had a son. This son, nearly worshipped by Lady Mu and Mu Jinbao, was named Mu Yaozu. But how could someone like Li Shu produce something good? Mu Yaozu was extremely vile. At 5 years old, he caused Ni Zihua to miscarry, and at 16, he was sent to prison for rape. He was simply a social cancer. Li Shu lifted a very false smile on her face. Sister Zihua, hello, I am Li Shu, just call me Ah Shu, I will rely on you in the future. If Li Shu really were Lady Mu's niece, she should address Ni Zihua as sister-in-law according to seniority. But she didn't. She was provoking Ni Zihua, after all, who was carrying the seed of Mu Jinbao in her belly. Ni Zihua was just a hen that can't lay sun eggs. Such a person, only good to be her workhorse. Li Shu's facial expression wasn't pretty, but the honest and down-to-earth Ni Zihua didn't notice her abnormality, nor what was wrong with her words. Ni Zihua smiled and said, sure, as long as you don't mind our poor living conditions. What a fool. No wonder she can't bear a son. Li Shu looked at Ni Zihua with a gaze full of derision. Lady Mu turned to Ni Zihua and said, you have to arrange a place for Ah Shu to stay right now. Ah Shu is pregnant, you can't treat her badly. Lady Mu ordered around Ni Zihua just like a servant. In fact, in Lady Mu's eyes, Ni Zihua was even lower than a servant. She was an animal that anyone could bully at will. Ni Yang stood by the window, watching what was happening in the courtyard with cold eyes, a pale smile hooking at her bright red lips. Ni Zihua then says, then let Ah Shu and Yang Yang sleep in the same room. Yang Yang's bed is big enough, and Ah Shu is pregnant, so she can have someone to help her at night. Ni Zihua is just too kind, always thinking of others, but unfortunately she was dealing with monsters. She would not get a good end. Hearing this, Lady Mu almost jumped in anger, shouting, you bitch! I knew you were up to no good. Are you wishing something bad to happen to Ah Shu? To actually let Ah Shu sleep with that piece of trash. If Li Shu and Ni Yang, that piece of trash, slept together, what if Li Shu also gave birth to good for nothing? Lady Mu didn't want to take such a risk. She couldn't risk it. Ni Zihua went pale with fright. Mother, we don't have any other rooms. Although the Mu's living condition in the village was considered okay, it's still a rural area. No matter how good it was, it couldn't be that good, right? Lady Mu was glaring at Ni Zihua. Of course, Ah Shu needs to stay alone in that piece of trash's room. How does a piece of trash qualify to live in a room? What about Yang Yang? Ni Zihua asked. Let that piece of trash roll into the woodshed. Or the sheepfold will do too. Spat Lady Mu savagely. Ni Zihua looked at Lady Mu and said, Mother, how can people live in the woodshed? Furthermore, Ni Yang was already so big, how convenient would it be for her to live in the woodshed? Lady Mu didn't expect Ni Zihua to be defiant, and scolded directly, you barren old hen, you're out of control now. Now you dare to talk back to me. If I ask you to move, you move. Mu Jinbao came over, not wasting even one word, and went straight to action. Ni Zihua was kicked to the ground. You worthless woman. You dare argue with my mother. I think you are in need of a good beating. Don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me, Jinbao, I want dare. Ni Zihua begged for mercy repeatedly. Mu Jinbao rolls up his sleeves. Don't waste time. Go and clean the room now. Ni Zihua immediately stands up from the ground without uttering a word and goes to clean Ni Yang's room. Watching the happenings in the courtyard, Ni Yang could feel a surge of wrath boiling in her. She wished she could march out right now and kill those people outside. But reason told her she couldn't. She couldn't do this. She had to escape safely with her mother and sister from here. Soon. She would be able to leave with her mother and sister soon. Just hold on a little longer. Mu Jinbao took Li Shu to rest. In front of Ni Zihua, Mu Jinbao was an incredibly brutal and abusive man, but in front of Li Shu, he wished he could give his heart to her. Ni Yang hated her father to the core. Just then, there were footsteps outside the kitchen. Yang hid her wrath, slightly turned, and put on a feigned smile. "Grandmother." Madame Mu tossed the stuff in her hands onto the stove, not a trace of smile on her face. "You good for nothing, stew this chicken. If I catch you sneaking any, I'll tear your mouth apart." In these hard times when even having a full meal was difficult, how could common folks possibly afford meat? Not to mention the chicken. Unexpectedly, stingy Madame Mu actually bought a whole chicken for her great-grandson. Yang picked up the chicken, returned to her usual meek demeanor, and said in a low voice, "I understand, grandmother." Seeing Yang, Madame Mu nodded in satisfaction. That's how a good-for-nothing should behave. After cleaning the hen, Yang put it in the pot to stew. She couldn't chop the chicken up, or Madame Mu would suspect her of stealing. While stewing the chicken, Yang seemed to have thought of something, the corner of her mouth curling into a slight smile. Li Shu was an old friend after all. How could she not give her a farewell gift before leaving? Since Li Shu's son, Mu Yaozu, was a scourge on society in his past life, in this life, she would turn the scourge into a fool. She would make him incapable of harming anyone again. Mu Yaozu was not innocent, and Yang could consider this as doing a good deed by eliminating the vermin. Yang went to the base of a large tree in the courtyard, where a type of orchid grass grew, bearing purple flowers. The flowers were non-toxic, but the stamen inside the flowers was poisonous. This flower was colorless, tasteless, leaving no trace behind. In this era where prenatal screenings were non-existent, who could find it out? In her past life, it was only after studying medicine that Yang learned the scientific name for these flowers. Yang casually plucked several flowers and walked towards the kitchen. After the chicken soup was ready, Hua came in. "Yang, come let me pass you by and deliver the chicken soup to your Aunt Ashu." The air was permeated with the delicious aroma of chicken soup. Hua couldn't help but swallow saliva. She had never smelled such a savory chicken soup before. It must be delicious. Yang checked that there was nobody behind Hua, carefully took out a bowl of oily chicken soup. "Mom, I secretly poured this out, nobody will find out. Drink it while it's hot." Chicken soup is beneficial for Hua who has just given birth. But how could the ever-obliging Hua sneak a sip of a guest's soup? "I want drink it. Mom's in good health. There's no need for this. Pour it back quickly, I have to deliver it to your Aunt Ashu." Yang didn't say much in response. She lifted the chicken soup and finished it in one gulp. Such a good chicken soup, how could Li Shu benefit from it? "Yang, how could you do something like this?" Hua slightly frowned. Yang's eyes bore a serious look, her words were earnest and filled with emotion. "Mom, that Li Shu is not a good person at all. I'm telling you, the child in her belly is most likely my dad's. They're fooling you. Mom, wake up." Chapter 5 There is a conspiracy under Squanina. Yang's words were well-reasoned and justified. Li Shu is just a pregnant woman. The two from the Mu family, who had thrown their own daughter and granddaughter to feed the wolves, would they actually slaughter a chicken and mutton to entertain another's pregnant woman? But Hua is inherently kind-hearted. She believes that the world is as good-hearted as her since she is. At the same time, she also believes that the old Mu lady and Mu Jinbao aren't like that. And besides, she had brought disgrace to the Mu family by not giving birth to a son. How could she dare to question the old Mu lady and Mu Jinbao now? Hua immediately covered Yang's mouth. "Yang, you can't talk nonsense like this. They are your grandparents and your father. You, as a daughter, how can you talk about them this way? It's just a chicken, right? Aunt Ashu is pregnant, so your grandmother buying a chicken for her is only appropriate. You can't say such things in the future. If your father and grandmother heard this, they would beat you up. Do you understand?" Yang sighed again. "Stupid. Hua is truly foolish. No wonder she was bullied to death in her previous life." Yang sighed. "Li Shu is just pregnant, but my grandmother has made chicken soup for her and asked you to take care of her. Mom, you've just given birth to my little sister. You're weaker than Li Shu right now, but has Grandma made chicken soup for you? Haven't you ever wondered why? Why can't you wake up? And Yang closed her eyes, finding it hard to breathe. And Zihua also sighed. It's all my fault. I didn't give birth to a brother for you. If I could have had a son, perhaps things would not be this way. She took all the blame onto herself. And Yang continued, it's not your fault that you didn't give birth to a son. It's not your mistake. The sex of a child depends on the father. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, these days everyone is equal, so what's the difference between a boy and a girl? But there's a big difference. Boys can carry on the family name. What can girls do? Haven't you heard the saying a daughter married is like a bucket of water thrown away? The idea that men are superior to women has deeply ingrained in Ni Quihua's mind, and it's hard to eradicate. Ni Yang's eyes were cold. Mom, you're a woman too. You can't belittle women. If you look down on yourself, who will respect you? Ni Tsuehua retorted, regardless, girls are inferior to boys. Look at our village. Doesn't every family have a man as the head of the household? Yang, you are still young and it's normal that you don't understand these things. You'll understand when you get married and have your own family. Ni Yang closed her eyes. The one who is stubborn now is you. What paper? Ni Tsuehua was bewildered. She's illiterate and lacks formal education. How would she know what being stubborn meant? Ni Yang sighed. Forget it. Anyway, Ni Tsuehua will see the reality soon. There's no point in talking more at this point. Seeing that Ni Yang didn't continue, Ni Tsuehua said, Yang, I'm sorry. Your room is being occupied by your Aunt Ashu, as per your grandmother's orders. You might have to stay in the firewood room for now. I'm sorry, I failed to protect you. Your mother is not competent. Ni Yang wiped the tears off Ni Quihua's face, her voice flat. It's okay, Mom, I'm not scared, don't cry. It's just the firewood room, what's there to be afraid of? After all, she won't be staying there long. Ni Tsuehua looked up at Ni Yang. Yang, you shouldn't resent your grandmother either. It's just that our home doesn't have enough rooms. It's my fault too. If I could have given you a brother, you wouldn't have had to suffer these indignities and you wouldn't have had to drop out of school. Ni Yang, only 17, had already dropped out of school. It wasn't that the family couldn't afford Ni Yang's schooling. It was the old lady Mu who didn't allow her to continue. In the old lady Mu's eyes, Ni Yang was a losing bet. Why would she waste money on a losing bet? Ni Tsuehua thought, if she could have a son, the old lady Mu would definitely not be like this. Plus, it's her incompetence, causing her daughter to suffer alongside her. Ni Yang said, it's not your fault, Mom. Really, it's not your fault. Ni Tsuehua wiped her tears and took the pot of chicken soup that was already cooked. I'll go and deliver this chicken soup to your Aunt Ashu. You clean your mouth properly, don't let your grandmother find out you've been sipping the soup. If the old lady Mu knew that Ni Yang was sneaking sips of chicken soup, she would certainly beat Ni Yang to death. I remember before, Madame Mu once beat Ni Yang half to death. Ni Tsuehua brought the chicken soup to Li Shu's room. Seeing the chicken soup, Li Shu laughed. Sister Tsuehua, I won't stand on ceremony with you then. Ni Tsuehua laughed. We are all family, no need to be polite. Even though there was a whole chicken and a big bowl of chicken soup, Li Shu finished it all by herself with ease. Because people in this era generally didn't have much to eat, they all had a healthy appetite. After she finished the chicken soup, Li Shu went for a walk in the village, and before she knew it, she arrived at the village office. Why did she go to the village office? Because the village office had a phone. But at that time, calling charge was quite expensive, 5 cents per minute. Li Shu paid for 5 minutes. Picking up the handset, she lowered her voice. Xianxian, I've made it to Mu Jinbeo's house now. The person on the other end of the call was nobody else but Li Shu's daughter, Li Xianxian. Li Xianxian was pleased. That's good, Mom. You have to give birth to my little brother in the Mu family. By the way, is Mu Jinbeo's daughter named Ni Yang? Ni Yang. Li Shu frowned slightly. No, her name is Mu Yang. On the other end of the phone, Li Xianxian also frowned. Then she must have changed her name. Li Shu curiously asked, Xianxian, why do you ask? Li Xianxian continued, Mom, let me tell you, this Mu Yang is my nemesis. She will block my financial and developmental path. You must help me get rid of her. As long as she's gone, There will be opportunities for me to prosper. Li Shu was stunned. What? Xianxian, what's going on? Li Xianxian said, You don't have to ask so much. Just do as I said. Mom, you must help me with this. Your daughter's future depends entirely on you. Li Shu hung up with a troubled expression on her face. How was she supposed to get rid of an Yang? Murdering is illegal. What should she do? Li Shu sighed, walking and thinking. Just then, a thought struck her. She remembered that an old bachelor cousin from her mother's side had also moved to this neighborhood. The old bachelor was in his 50s, wealthy but unable to marry a wife due to health issues. She could introduce an Yang to the old bachelor. After all, the old bachelor has always been dreaming of having a wife. By then, the old bachelor would be thrilled, and perhaps she could even benefit from it. Perfect. The more Li Shu thought about it, the more pleased she became, Her lips curved into a triumphant smile, and she moved briskly in the direction of the old bachelor's house. Coming out of the old bachelor's house, Li Shu maintained her triumphant smile. At dinner, Li Shu attempted to strike up a conversation with an Yang. Oh my! Yang is such a beautiful girl. An Yang was indeed beautiful. Just turning from her pair of exquisite peach blossom eyes, one could not help but fall for her. Which family in this area did their daughter look like this? She was so beautiful that it made people jealous. An Yang was nibbling a steamed bun, pretended not to hear Li Shu's words. Thud! At that moment, a sound of a table being hit echoed in the air. Useless thing. Are you mute? Your Aunt Ashu is talking to you. Don't you know to answer? Chapter 6 Good show underscore 1 Who else could it be banging on the table, if not old Lady Mu? And Yang didn't say a word. With a laugh, Li Shu smoothed things over. It's all right, kids will be kids. Don't be mad at her, Auntie. Cold iciness filled Yang's downcast eyes. Li Shu sure knows how to play the Good Samaritan. Does she really think Yang is unaware of her ulterior motives? Yang remembered being fooled by Li Shu's fake facade in her previous life. Li Shu had sold her to an old bachelor for 500 yuan. It wasn't until much later that Yang discovered the true relationship between Li Shu and that old bachelor. It was disgusting. Even after a long time, every time Yang recalled those experiences, she felt a chill run down her spine. Who would believe that such nightmares, akin to hell, were actually real, if they hadn't personally experienced them? Yang simply kept her head lowered. In the eyes of others, she was simply a timid little country girl. Li Shu looked at Yang with a sneer. This little country bumpkin, she wondered what she could achieve in the future to make Li Xianxian so scared. As far as Li Shu was concerned, Yang wasn't even fit to lace Li Xianxian's shoes. Upon hearing Li Shu speak, old Lady Mu's expression softened a bit. She chuckled and said, Ah Shu, you are always so kind, not like this ungrateful girl. You ungrateful girl, aren't you going to thank your Aunt Ashu? Yang looked up at Li Shu, stuttered and said, Thank you, Aunt Ashu. Li Shu laughed, feeling very satisfied, convinced she had Yang completely under her control, ready to manipulate at will. You're welcome, we're all family here. Come on my dear, eat more. Li Shu put a chicken leg in Yang's bowl. Even old Lady Mu was stunned. She couldn't even bear to eat that chicken leg herself, having saved it for her beloved grandson, and Li Shu had given it to that money-losing wretch. Zuehua was also surprised at Li Shu, moved to tears. It seemed she had misunderstood Li Shu before. Li Shu was a good woman. In the future, she would take good care of Li Shu. Yang, of course, did not let go of the chicken leg. She immediately took a big bite and mumbled, Thank you, Aunt Ashu. You're really nice. You're even better than my mom. Li Shu said, Good girl, eat more, you're too thin, so pitiful. She was about to be sold to that old bachelor. And who knows what kind of torment she will endure. A sinister smile tugged at the corner of Li Shu's mouth. As Li Shu had a score to settle, after the meal, she specifically called old Lady Mu and Mu Jinbao together to chat. After a roundabout discussion, Li Shu asked, Mother, Jinbao, is Yan Yan still in school? Upon hearing this, old Lady Mu looked disgusted. Why mention that wretch all of a sudden? Just a wretch, her sheer mention would ruin the mood. One can imagine how Ni Yang usually lived in the Mu family. Mu Jinbao responded, "In school? Who's got the money to send her to school? We don't have the money for her to go. She was tutored by the literacy class in the village for a while, but she's dropped out long ago." Li Shu chimed in, "That's right, girls get married off sooner or later, there's really no use in going to school. As the saying goes, a daughter married off is like a bucket of water thrown out." Old Lady Mu liked what she heard and happily said, "Indeed, Ashu understands me, not like that Hua, who only knows how to enrage me. She even had the audacity to ask me to pay for that wretch's education. She's shameless." Her money was for her beloved grandson's upbringing, not for a hopeless cause. Li Shu then asked, "If Yen Yen is not going to school, then is she engaged?" In the rural areas of this era, girls had no status at home. Their parents, fearing a wastage of food, mostly married them off early. Many girls were already married by the time they turned 15. Moreover, the family was also raising a child bride. Ni Yang was 17, the age when it was time to talk about marriage. Hearing this, Mu Jinbao shook his head. "Not yet, but we're asking someone to look for opportunities." The main reason was to collect a larger dowry, but at that time in the rural areas, there were too many girls and none were wanted. The situation was financially difficult for everyone. It was tough to collect a large dowry. So, the marriage affair of Ni Yang had been put on hold. Otherwise, Ni Yang would have been married a long time ago. Lady Mu stated, "We, the Mu family, have raised the money-losing girl for 17 years. We can't let her get married on the cheap." Li Shu chimed in, "Mom, you're right. There is a good marriage opportunity available here. Would you like to listen?" Old Lady Mu trusted Li Shu a lot, so she responded, "Ashu, I trust you. Go on and tell me." Li Shu said, "My cousin has been struggling to find a suitable wife. He heard that Yang Yang is only 17 this year and is very beautiful, so he offered to buy Yang Yang for 200 yuan. Mom, what do you think?" Bought. Li Shu was talking about buying. And Aizehua was also bought by Mu Jinbao. A bought wife can't return to her maiden home. It was like signing a slavery contract. That's why the Mu family dare to bully Aizehua so unreasonably. In fact, Aizehua has a brother who has not visited the Mu family in all these years. Aizehua, who was bought for a few yuan, never thought her daughter could be sold for 200 yuan. This was 200 yuan. For that era, 200 yuan was a huge sum. You must know that at that time, the price of salt was just 1 cent per kilogram. A kilogram of pork was just a few cents. Old Lady Mu never dreamed that Ni Yang could be sold for 200 yuan. "Ashu, is that money-losing girl really worth that much?" Li Shu laughed and said, "Mom, listen to you, I could cheat anyone but not you. And the person offering this is my cousin. He told me himself." Hearing this, Old Lady Mu was almost laughing her eyes out, and Mu Jinbao was also very happy. Listening to the discussions in the room, Ni Yang's face was filled with sarcasm. Just as in her previous life. On the first day of Li Shu's arrival, she couldn't wait to sell her. A saying from the future couldn't be more accurate. The most fearful thing in the world is not ghosts, but people. Ni Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, stepped lightly to leave, and dragged Aizehua out of the house. The darkness of the night effectively concealed their figures. "Mom, lower your voice, listen to what my father and grandmother are discussing in the room." "What?" Aizehua was somewhat puzzled. Ni Yang directly raised her hand to cover Quihua's mouth. "Listen carefully." Aizehua stared blankly at her daughter. The moonlight tonight was beautiful, shining evenly on Ni Yang, as if coating her with a silver hue. In the moonlight, she was like a fairy coming down from the moon, stunningly beautiful. It must be said, the changes in Ni Yang were too pronounced. At this moment, the voices in the room were heard again. "Mom, Jinbao, if you agree to sell Yang Yang to my cousin, tomorrow Jinbao and I will go over there, to finalize things quickly, to avoid unnecessary delays." Aizehua frowned slightly. Generally speaking, shouldn't Li Shu call Old Lady Mu as auntie? Why did she call her mom? Did she mishear? Before Aizehua could react, Old Lady Mu's voice came from inside the house again. Ah Shu, are you saying that money-losing girl can actually be sold for 200 yuan? Absolutely. Li Shu hurriedly nodded. Old Lady Mu continued, why is he willing to spend 200 yuan to buy a wife? Old Lady Mu was too curious. Li Shu hesitated for a moment, then said, because my cousin is a castrated man who can't have children. Chapter 7 Final Awakening _ Eunuch? What is a eunuch? A eunuch is a man without root. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Mu fell silent. She had lived for so long, and it was her first time hearing about a real eunuch. Seeing Old Lady Mu silent, Li Shu continued, Mom, my cousin is also getting older. He is over 50 this year, which is somewhat older than Jinbao. What do you think about selling Yang over to him? Li Shu's words were intended to probe the position of Ni Yang in Mu Jinbao's and Old Lady Mu's hearts. Old Lady Mu said, we should sell. Of course, we should sell. It's 200 yuan. How could we miss this opportunity to fortune? Mu Jinbao chipped in, right. Mom is right. We can't miss this opportunity to fortune. Where's your cousin now? We have to send over this money-losing thing immediately. It's just wasting food at home every day and being an eyesore. Compared with this money-losing thing and 200 yuan, of course, 200 yuan is more important. What is a money-losing thing anyway? Li Shu laughed and said, all right. Since you and Mom agree, Jinbao, we will visit my cousin's house tomorrow. After all, it's 200 yuan. My cousin will also come to see the person. Otherwise, he will not feel at ease. Ni Yang squinted slightly. I remember in my previous life, that old bachelor also came. But at that time, Li Shu lied to her and said, this old bachelor was just visiting the family, and Ni Yang believed it. She hated that she was not suspicious enough at that time. Old Lady Mu chuckled, it's normal to check. I'll make that money-losing thing tidy up well tomorrow. We won't disappoint your cousin. Li Shu nodded, Mom, you'll have a lot of troubles then. Old Lady Mu laughed, what's there to worry about, Ah Shu? You are the one who has worked hard. Li Shu followed, Mom, do you think I'm really carrying a boy in my stomach? Old Lady Mu replied, of course it's true. Immortal has said it. Would they be lying? Ah Shu, stay home and cultivate your fetus properly. Give birth to a boy for our Mu family as soon as possible. Li Shu nodded shyly. It had started raining outside unknowingly. On Ni Hua's face, it was unclear whether the droplets were rain or tears. She was deceived. She was really deceived. She was deceived so badly. All these years, she served her in-laws and husband, took on the dirtiest and most tiring work at home, worked like an ox and a horse for the Mu family, did not resist against the beatings and never complained about anything. Even if she was wearing the worst clothes and eating pig food, she never hated anyone. But now, she was rewarded with such an outcome. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed from the horizon, which was particularly terrifying. And Hua looked up at the sky. Her body was so weak that she couldn't muster any strength. What should she do? What should she do now? Her daughter is going to be sold. Her husband betrayed her. There is no place for her in this world. Why is her life so sorrowful? And Hua simply wanted to wail loudly. Mom, are you okay? Ni Yang looked at Hua. His clear and handsome face showed no expression. His calmness was beyond comprehension. I'm fine. Hua stuttered, biting her lower lip. Her face was terribly pale. Ni Yang sighed, led Hua to sit down under the firewood room. Mom, don't cry. A woman's fate is in her own hands. Crying won't solve anything. Hua hugged Ni Yang tightly and choked up. Yang, I'm sorry I failed you. I'm not capable, I couldn't protect you. I'm sorry. Hua cried her heart out. Ni Yang patted Ni Hua's back gently. Mom, we can't stay in this home anymore. Staying here only means death. Let's get a divorce. Divorce again. But could she really get divorced? She is a woman with 2 children. If she divorces, how will she live in the future? And besides, a woman who divorces will be looked down upon. After divorce, where would they go? Hua didn't know how to answer Ni Yang. Without a man, how would they survive? Even if it meant death, Nai Zuehua dared not divorce. In this feudal era, convincing a woman to divorce is incredibly difficult. Nai Yang continued, Mom, if you are unwilling to divorce, my younger sister will end up the same as me when she grows up. They will sell her to an eunuch. Afterward, Li Shu will be the mistress of this house, and there will be no place for us here. Mom, wake up. An eunuch? Her daughter would be sold to an eunuch. Nai Qihua's face turns pale. This cannot happen. She must protect her daughters, even at the cost of her own life. She must protect her 2 daughters. Nai Yehua stops crying, clutching a wooden stick tightly. Looking at Nai Qihua's emotional changes, Nai Yang sobbed, Mom, can I beg you? I really don't want to marry a eunuch, I really don't want to. Hearing Nai Yang's crying, Nai Qihua's heart clenched painfully. Yang, stop crying, stop crying. Nai Zihua hugged Nai Yang, sobbing, All right, Yang, I'll listen to you, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Nai Yang's mouth. Mom, you must start to stand up from now on. Don't worry, I will take you and my younger sister away from here. Under the nightlight, Nai Yang's attractive peach blossom eyes shone brightly, outshining all the stars in the sky. It seemed like Nai Zuehua was seeing her daughter for the first time, and she nodded firmly. With a crisp crowing of a rooster, the day broke in the blink of an eye. The sun slowly rose from the east, and the air was filled with the fresh smell left after a rain. Nai Zuehua was making breakfast in the kitchen. This morning, the Mu family was not home, and the small kitchen was filled with the aroma of fried eggs in sesame oil. Yang. Nai Zuehua waved at Nai Yang. Mom. Nai Yang walked over. Nai Zuehua scooped up 2 fried eggs from the pot. Eat these quickly. After a night of thinking, Nai Zuehua had finally come to understand. She wouldn't be so foolish anymore. Nai Yang smiled. Mom, what about you? Nai Zuehua replied, Don't worry, Mom's already eaten. These 2 are saved for you. Although it was just 2 fried eggs, it was the most delicious thing Nai Zuehua had ever eaten. When she was with the Mu family, she could never even taste any meat. Nai Yang nodded and ate both fried eggs. After dinner, Nai Zuehua quickly washed the dishes, while Nai Yang went out. Nai Zuehua was always honest and compliant. No one in the Mu family would ever find out that she had been eating eggs secretly. Nai Yang didn't go out to play. She had something much more important to do. In her memory, a high-ranking official was visiting the countryside for inspection work with his secretary. She could ask the official for help. Ordinarily, Nai Yang should not remember the inspection work of such an official so vividly. But because the official encountered bandits on the road, who ended up stabbing him a few times. Without immediate first aid, the official and his secretary died. That incident created quite a commotion, causing panic among the people. Nai Yang hurriedly walked down the path from her memory, and when she got to a dense thicket, she saw 2 figures sitting by the road. There was a pool of blood on the ground. One of them saw Nai Yang and weakly said, Little comrade, over here, over here. Chapter 8 Done_1 This road was extremely quiet, seldom used by people. This was why it took more than 10 minutes before anyone noticed the criminals had fled. During this time, there was no smartphone or pager. They had no way to contact the outside world. They were severely injured and could only sit by the road at the mercy of death. At this moment, a person finally came by. Though it was just a little girl, she filled the 2 with hope. How wonderful! They were saved. They were finally saved. Nai Yang ran over. Uncles, what happened to you 2? The slightly older man replied, Little girl, it's not safe here. Quickly go and call for help. The criminals might have fled, but they could return at any moment. However, Nai Yang remained calm despite the increasingly dangerous situation. With a serene expression, she took the 2 men's wrists in her hands. Uncles, your wounds are severe. If I run back now to call for help, it may be too late for you. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback. Yo, young comrade, do you possess medical skills? It was inconceivable that such a young girl would have such knowledge. They were destined not to die. Nai Yang nodded. Uncle, Please preserve your strength by remaining silent. In her previous life, she was in the catering industry, where medical skills were indispensable. Among the two men, one was more seriously injured than the other. Yang chose to treat the more severely injured first. The most important thing for knife wounds was to stop bleeding and stitch up the wound. Because she had come prepared, Yang had brought 2 sewing needles and some herbal medicine for hemostasis and analgesia from her home. Given the limited conditions, she could only make do with the sewing needles. She took out a sewing needle and then said, "I am going to stitch your wound now. It might hurt a bit, so bear with it." "Okay," the man responded with a nod. Yang calmly stitched the man's wounds, her face showing a level of calm that was devoid of any extraneous expression, as if she was merely sewing clothing. After stitching the wound, Yang applied the hemostasis herbal medicine to it. The man sucked in a cold breath due to the pain, but the wound indeed stopped bleeding. After treating this man, Yang then cared for the middle-aged man. About 10 minutes later, Yang wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Uncles, your lives are no longer in danger." After receiving treatment, their physical condition improved considerably. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. "Comrade, you are truly remarkable. Could I trouble you for one more thing?" "Go ahead." Yang responded. The middle-aged man then said, "My surname is Zhou. My name is Zhou Changxing. I came from the township. Could you help me to make a trip to the township?" At present, they could still not walk due to the severity of their wounds. Yang nodded. "No problem." Zhou Changxing pointed to the bicycle roadside. "Young comrade, you can ride my bicycle. Just go to the police station. After explaining the situation, they will come back with you." "Okay, I will go now." Yang hopped on the bicycle and pedaled swiftly toward the township. Yang successfully arrived at the police station. The officer's face turned pallid when he heard the situation. He immediately dispatched officers and an ambulance, before accompanying Yang back to the scene. After examination, the doctor exclaimed in fear, "Mr. Zhou, thank goodness that young lady treated you in time. If it was any later, your life could have been in danger." Zhou Changxing asked, "How is Secretary Wu?" The doctor soothed, "You don't need to worry. Secretary Wu is also fine." "That's good," Zhou Changxing sighed with relief. "We must thank that young comrade. Where is she now?" The doctor said, "She's outside, I'll call her in." Yang was summoned to the ambulance. Zhou Changxing asked, "Young comrade, what's your name?" Yang replied, "Uncle Zhou, my name is Yang. I live in Dam Village." After hearing Yang's words, Zhou Changxing nodded. "Young comrade, don't worry. I will definitely ensure justice is served for you and give you your freedom." "Thank you." Yang bowed to Zhou Changxing. When Yang returned to the Mu family, there was a faint smile on her face. "Yang is back." Tsuehua came out from inside. Yang nodded. "Where are the others?" Tsuehua looked at the gate of the yard. "They're not back yet." Just as she was speaking, the old granny Mu helped Li Shu, who was being crutched by Mu Jinbao, into the house. Li Shu was like a queen. When Granny Mu saw Tsuehua and her daughter, she began to swear at them. "You stand there like death itself. Don't you have work to do?" Tsuehua nodded like she always did. "Yes, Mom. Yang and I will get right to it." Granny Mu no longer bothered with Tsuehua. She took Li Shu to the living room and closed the door. Once inside, Granny Mu could not help but ask, "Ah Shu, what did your cousin say?" Li Shu laughed and said, "My cousin of course agreed. He will be coming over to pick up Yang tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Granny Mu was taken aback. "Tomorrow? So soon?" Li Shu nodded. Mu Jinbao chuckled. "Mom, are you not willing to let go of that useless girl?" "Reluctant? How could that be possible? What was there to be reluctant about a useless girl?" Granny Mu said, "We are during the busiest farming season at the moment. If that useless girl is gone, who will harvest our paddy?" Despite Yang's slight frame, she was agile and capable when it came to farm work. If Yang left, who would harvest their rice? That was Granny Mu's concern. Was she supposed to go down to the field in her old age? Mu Jinbao chimed in, Mom, don't forget, we still have an old work ox in our house. This old work ox was naturally Ni Zihua. Granny Mu countered, how long it would take her to do it all by herself? By then, the rice is probably all eaten by sparrows. The ripe rice was most attractive to sparrows. Upon saying that, Granny Mu continued, Shu, can you discuss with your cousin if it's possible to take that useless girl away later? That might not be possible, Li Shu said with some difficulty. Moreover, my cousin has already given a deposit of 50 yuan. With that said, Li Shu took out 50 yuan and put it on the table. Seeing the 50 yuan note, Granny Mu's eyes sparkled. She quickly pocketed the money. That's settled then. Let your cousin pick her up tomorrow. Okay. Li Shu was very pleased with herself. After she said that, Li Shu asked, Mom, how do we break the news of this to Yang? Granny Mu responded, leave that to me. That brat wouldn't dare to make any trouble. Li Shu nodded, I'll leave it to you. With the problematic Yang finally out of the way, Li Shu was very pleased with herself. She quickly made an excuse and went to the village department to call Li Xianxian and give him good news. Xianxian, I've taken care of the problem. Chapter 9 Are You Crazy? _1 Li Shu adored her daughter, Li Xianxian, immensely. Li Xianxian was quite remarkable herself. Not only had she attended university at a very young age, she had also accomplished a lot. However, Li Shu had always been unable to comprehend why Li Xianxian, a daughter aptly compared to a treasure from heaven, would feel intimidated by Ni Yang, who was no better than mud. How could Ni Yang possibly influence Li Xianxian? But, since it was something her daughter had instructed, she was naturally going to do it flawlessly. Now she had successfully wed Ni Yang off to a eunuch and even made a profit from it. Li Shu was extremely pleased. Is it done? On the other end of the call, Li Xianxian narrowed her eyes before asking, Mom, how did you handle Ni Yang? Li Shu looked around as she spoke. Xianxian, do you still remember your distant cousin, Wang Dezhuang? There was a moment of silence on the other line. Mom, are you implying? Li Xianxian had a fairly strong impression of her cousin, Wang Dezhuang. Wang Dezhuang, who was more than 50 years old, had never married. He had a physical disability, and because of it, his mentality was quite distorted. Often he would abuse animals. If Ni Yang were married to him, it would be like plunging into a fiery pit. She would never see the light again in her life. A sinister smile curved at the corners of Li Xianxian's lips. Li Shu laughed and nodded. Exactly, that's what I mean. Li Xianxian continued, what if she runs away? Don't worry with Mom here. That wild girl won't be able to escape. Reassured Li Shu confidently. Li Xianxian replied, all right, this matter is up to you. You must keep an eye on her. As the cost of phone calls was exorbitant back then, the mother-daughter conversation ended shortly. Li Shu returned to the Mu family home. The Mu family was all seated at the dining table, waiting for her to come back for dinner. Shu is back, let's sit down for dinner. Elder Mrs. Mu beckoned Li Shu to sit down. Mu Jinbao pulled out a chair for Li Shu. At the table, Elder Mrs. Mu turned to Ni Zuihua and deliberately asked, Zuihua, how old is Yang this year? Hearing Elder Mrs. Mu's voice, Ni Zuihua couldn't help but shudder. If you've been oppressed for a long time, you can't change certain habits overnight. Ni Zuihua replied, Yang is 17 this year. Elder Mrs. Mu continued, a 17-year-old girl, and yet she sits idly at home all day. When I was 17, Jinbao was already 3 years old. In those days, getting married and having children at a young age was common. Ni Zuihua naively responded, Mother, why don't we let Yang continue her studies? Study, exclaimed Elder Mrs. Mu. Ni Zuihua, you really dare say? Where do we get the money for her schooling? Besides, what's the use of a liability like her going to school? Ni Zuihua added, But Yang is still so young, what can she do if she doesn't study? Li Shu stifled her laughter and said, Sister Zuihua, hasn't Aunt mentioned it? When she was 17, Brother Jinbao was already 3 years old. I think Yang should marry early. Then we, her maternal family, can benefit from it. Otherwise, she's just wasting food at home. Li Shu didn't bother hiding her intentions in her words. That's because Enai Tsuehua was just a fool in front of her. Enai Tsuehua burst into fury at that very moment. Li Shu, our family's business doesn't seem to be your concern, an outsider. Slam. Elder Mrs. Mu pounded on the table and stood up, her gaze fierce, like a ferocious demon. Enai Tsuehua, you barren wretch. Who's the outsider? I think you're asking for it. Jinbao. Mu Jinbao immediately rolled up his sleeves and stood up. You wretched woman, say that again. Beating his wife was a regular affair for Mu Jinbao, who told Enai Tsuehua not to be capable, not making a son. In the countryside, without a son at home, one is not only despised as extinct, one also has to be ridiculed and belittled. Enai Tsuehua looked at Mu Jinbao with red eyes. Mu Jinbao, we've been married for 17 years. How have you treated me these whole 17 years? You have either beaten me or insulted me every day. You never once had a kind face for me. I've borne you 5 daughters, with you discarding 3. Mu Jinbao, you too are the biological father of these children. How could you bear to do it? Nothing matters at all. Enai Tsuehua dares to talk to him like that now. It must be known that before she would neither hit back when beaten nor retort when insulted. This cheap woman. Has she gone mad? Mu Jinbao's eyes turned red with rage, veins protruded on his face. Enai Tsuehua knew that this was the prelude to him wanting to beat someone. Every time Mu Jinbao wanted to beat someone, he put out this ghost-like appearance. And each time, he would beat her to within inches of her life. His methods were shocking to everyone. Remembering those experiences, Enai Tsuehua shuddered with fear. Mu Jinbao raised his fist to hit Enai Tsuehua. Enai Tsuehua was gripped with terror and momentarily forgot to resist. Dad, you're getting old, it's easy to wrench your back if you start fighting. Enai Yang came over and stood in front of Enai Tsuehua, reaching out to grab Mu Jinbao's hand, and then said, Dad, Aunt Ashu is right. I'm 17 years old this year. It's a waste to sit around at home doing nothing. Better to marry into a good family sooner rather than later. So, I wonder, does Aunt Ashu have some outstanding young men to recommend me? Enai Yang trained in fighting arts and taekwondo in her former life, so she has some basic skills in martial arts. Furthermore, what surprised Enai Yang was that since saving that big official yesterday, her 5 senses had become a lot sharper than the average person, particularly her strength. It felt as though she had an endless supply of energy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held Mu Jinbao's arm so effortlessly. Mu Jinbao looked at Enai Yang incredulously. How is it that this useless creature's strength could be so great? His expression was a bit unnatural as he said, Your Aunt Ashu treats you so well, she would definitely not harm you. Relax, she has introduced you to a good family. Not only is the young man handsome, but his family also has money. When you marry and go there, you can enjoy your life. Enai Yang smirked slightly, Aunt Ashu will not harm me. Dad, you are my biological father, will you harm me? He had introduced her to a good family? A young man? Mu Jinbao sure knows how to tell lies with his eyes wide open. Seeing Enai Yang like this, somehow made Mu Jinbao feel a bit panicked, especially when Enai Yang said the words biological father. It was clear that he was the elder, but it felt as if Enai Yang was the elder. It was really too strange. Stammering, Mu Jinbao said, I am your biological father. How could I harm you? Enai Yang gave a faint smile, releasing Mu Jinbao's wrist. Right? You are my biological father. How could a biological father harm his own daughter? In the past, she also did not believe that a biological father would harm his own daughter. Later, the reality told her how ridiculous her ideas were. Li Shu came over from the other side, smiling and saying, Young, since you have agreed, then let's settle this. Aunt Ashu has already spoken to the young man. He will be coming over tomorrow morning. You should dress up nicely, you better not disappoint him. Enai Yang looked up to Li Shu, smiling and saying, All right, Aunt Ashu, rest assured, I promise I won't disappoint them. Chapter 10, Big Shot. _1 Li Shu looked at Enai Yang, her eyes full of mockery. This little girl is just too stupid. Even more stupid than she had imagined. Someone sells her and she still counts the money for them. Even Li Xianxian was scared of her. Li Xianxian smiled and said, Good, Nang, that's what it is. A girl should be obedient so that she can have good days after she gets married. Enai Yang nodded, Aunt Ashu is right. Enai Tsuehua looked at Enai Yang somewhat unbelievably from the side. What's going on with this kid? How could she agree to meet that eunuch? Didn't she say she wanted to leave this place with her mother and sister? Enai Tsuehua anxiously looked at Enai Yang, her eyes seeming to have 1,000 words to say. Enai Yang slightly raised her eyes, met Enai Kuihua's gaze, with a faint smile in her eyes. Oddly, Enai Tsuehua felt a sense of assurance seeing the look in her eyes. The deal was settled. Old Lady Mu slapped the table and said, All right, let's start the meal. Because she was about to sell Enai Yang to the old bachelor, Old Lady Mu didn't make it hard for Enai Tsuehua at the dinner table. She even graciously allowed Enai Tsuehua to eat an extra bowl of porridge. After the meal, Old Lady Mu took out a pink dress and handed it to Enai Yang. Yang, this is a dress that Grandma especially asked someone to buy in the city. It costs 2 yuan. You should wear it tomorrow. At any other time, where would Old Lady Mu be willing to spend money to buy new clothes for Enai Yang? But now it's different. Enai Yang can now be sold for 200 yuan. What if she looks dirty and the man doesn't like her? Between 200 yuan and 2 yuan, of course, 200 yuan is more important. Enai Yang joyfully took the clothes. Wow. Such a beautiful dress. Thank you, Grandma, you're so good. This sentence, you're so good, Grandma, made Old Lady Mu feel a bit uneasy for some reason. What's up with this little brat Enai Yang? Old Lady Mu looked at Enai Yang and said, Your grandma, how can I not be good? No matter what, Enai Yang can't change the fact that she is her grandma. She is her grandma. She can sell Enai Yang to whomever she wants. Thinking this way, Old Lady Mu felt a little relieved. Enai Yang gave a faint smile. Yes, Grandma, you're the best. If there's nothing else, Mom and I will go wash the dishes in the kitchen. Go ahead. Old Lady Mu waved her hand casually. By the way, feed the sheep. Understood. Enai Yang obediently answered. Watching the retreating figures of Enai Yang and Enai Tsuehua disappearing into the kitchen, Old Lady Mu looked at Li Shu, somewhat unsure. Shu, are you sure you and your distant cousin have discussed everything clearly? She didn't know why, but Old Lady Mu always felt her heart keep thumping, like something big was about to happen. Li Shu laughed. Mom, rest assured, my cousin will come early tomorrow morning, and Yang is so pretty. This marriage contract won't escape. Old Lady Mu nodded. That's good. In the kitchen, Enai Tsuehua looked at Enai Yang with a worried expression. Yang, why did you agree to your grandma just now? If we really meet the man tomorrow, can we still get away? The Mu family treats her as a free workhorse and Enai Yang as a money tree. Under these circumstances, can she really successfully divorce Mu Jinbao? Enai Yang patted Enai Kuihua's hand. Mom, don't worry. What I did just now was just a delaying tactic. As soon as tomorrow is over, I'll immediately take you and my sister away from here, and start a new life. Can the 3 of them really start a new life? Enai Tsuehua was very worried. Enai Tsuehua gripped Enai Yang's hand, her gaze firm. Yang, why don't we take your sister and escape together? Enai Yang was delighted that Enai Tsuehua had such an awareness. Shaking her head, she said, No, Mom, we won't run away. You're divorcing Dad, we're leaving openly. In an era where even train tickets are hard to buy without a letter of introduction, where could they possibly run to? If they could flee, Enai Yang would have taken Enai Tsuehua and escaped a long time ago. Why would they go through all these troubles then? Enai Tsuehua still seemed somewhat worried. Enai Yang comforted her with a smile. Mom, don't worry, go back and rest. We should leave tomorrow after a good rest tonight. All right. Enai Tsuehua nodded in agreement. She might as well trust her daughter this time. The night breeze was gentle. Enai Yang lay on a hay bed in the firewood room, a piece of dogtail grass hanging from her mouth, gazing at the starry sky in a trance. In the 1980s, without pollution from factories, the sky was extremely brilliant. The stars of Altair and Vega could be seen. Croak, croak, croak. The sounds of frogs and insects filled the ears, and the air was full of the fragrance of ripe paddy. Such a night was so peaceful. The faint glow of fireflies interlaced with the starlight, casting a soft glow on Yang, making her look like a banished immortal who descended from the moon. Underneath her long eyelashes hid a pair of charming peach blossom eyes, giving off a gleam as brilliant as the Milky Way. Such a beautiful woman. At that moment, Yang suddenly felt something hard against her back. She felt around in the hay and pulled out a delicate wristwatch. If she guessed correctly, this watch should belong to that man. Successful people all fancy watches, Yang was no exception. Furthermore, Yang in her previous life studied watches specially. This was an extremely valuable watch. A model like this was almost extinct in the future. Even now, this watch was a limited edition one, with no more than 3 in existence worldwide. It was worth 100,000 renminbi. What did 100,000 renminbi mean at that time? It meant enormous wealth. One could tell from this that the owner of the watch was not an ordinary person at all. However, it didn't matter who he was. She couldn't afford to mess with a guy covered in blood like him. Yang placed the watch back into the hay, squinted her eyes, and started to sleep. Thinking that she could leave this hellhole the next day, a faint smile appeared on Yang's face. The time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The golden sunlight filled the earth. Early in the morning, Hua was already busy in the kitchen. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of steamed sweet potatoes and the fragrance of steamed buns. Seeing Yang come in, Hua secretly handed her 2 boiled eggs. Yang, here you go. Yang calmly put the boiled eggs in her pocket. Hua continued, Yang, can we really leave here today? Yang nodded slightly. Mom, remember to follow my lead later. I will definitely take you and sis away from here. Hua wiped her hands on her apron. Okay, what should I do to help you? Yang leaned over and whispered into Hua's ear. This version of Yang, brilliant and confident, with a voice as calming as a spell, put people at ease. Hua slowly calmed down. Looking at Yang, she said, Yang, I got it. Don't worry, I'll definitely cooperate with you. As long as she could take her 2 daughters away from here, she was willing to do anything. It took a while before the people of the Mu family got up for breakfast. Suddenly, after the meal, there was a frantic knock on the door from outside. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Chapter 11. Want to marry me? _1 Li Shu immediately put down her chopsticks. Brother Jin Bao, my cousin is here. You better go open the door. Lady Mu urged anxiously, hurry up. Don't keep him waiting. Lady Mu was afraid that the 200 yuan would sprout wings and fly away. All right. Mu Jinbao put down his bowl and chopsticks and quickly ran to the door. Li Shu looked up at Yang, a triumphant glimmer in her eyes. Little wretch, you have nowhere to run now, do you? You're going to be taken away by an old bachelor today. Suddenly, she met a pair of radiant eyes, shining bright like the stars, and Yang gave a faint smile, the corners of her mouth curling up into a light arc. This pure, untainted smile could reveal the true nature of anything sordid. Her eyes were filled with clarity. So radiant and confident. She doesn't look like a naive girl brought up in a tiny village. Li Shu felt an inexplicable shiver and quickly averted her gaze, her hollowed-out throat swallowing as if she were a child who had done something wrong. This is insanity. How can this little village girl possess such a gaze? Li Shu frowned, filled with bewilderment. She found it hard to discern whether that scene was an illusion or real. Li Shu suppressed her chills and looked at Yang again. Li Shu, with her forehead crinkled, looked back at Yang who sat opposite her. Today, Yang wore that pink dress gifted by Lady Mu. The dress was rather simple with long sleeves and a doll collar, reaching down to her ankles. Yet, such an old-fashioned dress somehow made Yang look vibrantly classic. The sunlight streaming in from outside illuminated her, making her seem like a fairy high up in the clouds. Li Shu always believed her beloved daughter, Li Xianxia, was the most beautiful, but at this moment, she had to admit that if Li Xianxia were to stand beside Yang, she'd probably go unnoticed. At this moment, The sounds outside the door became increasingly clear. This way, follow me. That was Mu Jinbao's fawning voice. In a short while, Mu Jinbao ushered the man in. The man standing next to Mu Jinbao looked about 60 years old, with a belly bigger than Li Shu's. His shiny bald head and rodent eyes darted everywhere. When he smiled, a mouthful of big yellow teeth was revealed. This was Li Shu's distant cousin. Mu Jinbao smilingly introduced, "Mom, this is Wang Dezhuang. Dezhuang, this is my mom, this is my wife Ni Zuihua, and this one is Yang. Upon seeing Ni Yang, Wang Dazhuang's eyes instantly lit up. This young girl is so pretty. It's a bargain to buy her back for 200 yuan. Wang Dezhuang swallowed his saliva, moved his gaze away from Ni Yang and greeted everyone in the room. "Hello Granny, hello Auntie. I'm Wang Dezhuang." Being addressed as Granny by someone of a similar age didn't bother Lady Mu at all. She even reciprocated with a smile, "Very good. So you're Zhuang, you're quite a spirited young man." Ni Yang almost laughed at this comment. A spirited young man? Lady Mu doesn't feel guilty for saying this? Seeing Wang Dezhuang, Ni Zuihua was so terrified, she found herself shaking uncontrollably. This is too much. Lady Mu and Mu Jinbao are too heartless. Do they even have a conscience? They're actually selling their own granddaughter, their own daughter, to a man like this. Fortunately, she had already decided to divorce Mu Jinbao. Once again seeing Wang Dezhuang, Ni Yang looked calm on the outside, but a storm was brewing within. She wishes she could rip Wang Dezhuang into pieces with her bare hands. But reason tells her she can't. Wang Dezhuang turns his gaze to Ni Yang. "Yang, I'm Wang Dezhuang. I'm here to take you home." Ni Yang slightly lifts her head. "Sir, why did you come alone? Didn't your son come with you?" "Sir?" She actually called him sir. Wang Dezhuang looks at Ni Yang in disbelief. Ni Yang says in surprise, "Sir, aren't you here for your son's matchmaking event?" Wang Dezhuang becomes incredibly embarrassed. He's a eunuch, where would he get a son from? The matriarch of the Mu family looks at Ni Yang unhappily. "How could you speak like that? Zhuang is your intended match." Then she turns to Wang Dezhuang with a compassionate look. "Dezhuang, don't be upset. Yang speaks without intending to hurt you. She is afraid that Ni Yang has ticked off Wang Dezhuang, and that 200 yuan will be wasted." Wang Dezhuang laughs. "Why would I be angry? There's nothing to be upset about. Ni Yang is so beautiful, it's probably impossible to find another like her in 10 miles. If he could really take Ni Yang back, he would be the one who's benefited. At that time, who knows how envious the other men in the village will be." "Oh," Ni Yang looks at Wang Dezhuang. "So you're Wang Dazhu, right?" Yes, I am." Wang Dazhu hastily nods. Ni Yang looks Wang Dazhu up and down, her eyes filled with ridicule. "Someone like you, also dreaming to touch a swan? What are you babbling about, you ungrateful girl?" The old lady from the Mu family stands up in anger. "I think you and Dezhuang are a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Dezhuang is a very promising young man. How could he not be good enough for you? If anyone's not good enough, it's you who's not good enough for Dezhuang." Li Shu quickly says, "That's right, cousin, my aunt is right. Don't be angry. Yang is still a child." She speaks without thinking. Wang Dezhuang won't get angry. He casually waves his hand, slaps 200 yuan on the table and then says, "Can I take her away now?" No matter how tough or thorny Ni Yang is right now, he has his ways to handle her. "Hold on." The old lady from the Mu family speaks up at a critical moment. "What's wrong?" Wang Dezhuang says, "I've paid the money. Do you have any doubts?" The old lady from the Mu family continues, "You can't take her away right now." "Why?" Wang Dezhuang becomes impatient. The old lady from the Mu family says righteously, "Although our Mu family is poor, we can't resort to selling our daughters." Just when Ni Zuihua thought that the old lady from the Mu family had a change of heart, she hears the old lady continue, "If you really like Yang, get a matchmaker and marry her. Selling and marrying are two different things. Once sold, the ties will be cut cleanly, but if married, Wang Dezhuang will have to call the old lady from the Mu family grandma from now on." The old lady from the Mu family has figured out that Wang Dezhuang is a man of wealth. How could the Mu family cut ties with such a wealthy man? She plans to squeeze every last bit of value out of Ni Yang. Fine. Even though Wang Dezhuang wants to hold the beauty in his arms, he's not in a rush either. Additionally, the old lady from the Mu family changes her tone. When marrying a daughter, you should give a dowry. Our Mu family is not that kind of shameless people, just give 1,000 as the dowry. 1,000? Wang Dezhuang opens his eyes wide in surprise. This old lady from the Mu family is really asking for the moon. The old lady from the Mu family looks at Wang Dezhuang. What? You're not willing? If you're not willing, then forget about this marriage. After all, my Yang Yang is such a beauty, it's not like she can't get married. The old lady from the Mu family knows that Wang Dezhuang is definitely reluctant to let go of Ni Yang. That's why she dared to ask for a sky-high price of 1,000 yuan. Li Shu also looks at the old lady from the Mu family in shock. She really didn't expect this old lady to be so cruel, asking for 1,000 yuan right off the bat. Wang Dezhuang hesitates for a moment, then grits his teeth and says, "All right, 1,000 it is. Ni Yang is so beautiful, 1,000 yuan is worth it." Chapter 12. Need to refund relative _1. Ni Zihua listened as the old Mrs. Mu sold Ni Yang to Wang Dezhuang for the price of 1,000 yuan, just as if she was selling a piece of merchandise. She was shaking all over with anger. Ni Yang is her own granddaughter. How could she bear to do such a thing? Quite a few times, Ni Zihua almost couldn't stand it any longer, wanting to risk her life to confront old Mrs. Mu, but Ni Yang gently held her hand. "Mom, don't worry." Even though Ni Yang's voice was faint, it had a calming effect, and Ni Zihua managed to calm down. On hearing Wang Dezhuang agree to pay the bride price of 1,000 yuan, old Mrs. Mu was overjoyed. Smilingly she said, "Dezhuang, please sit down. We will be family from now on. Make yourself at home." Sit? Wang Dezhuang had no wish to sit at the moment. He had parted with 1,000 yuan, now he wants to check the goods to see if his 1,000 yuan was well spent. Wang Dazhuang's eyes kept darting around Ni Yang's body, brimming with lasciviousness. Ni Zihua slightly frowned, protectively standing in front of Ni Yang, glaring at Wang Dezhuang. Actually, Ni Zihua was a little scared of Wang Dezhuang herself, but because of motherhood, she grew strong. At this moment, she could not be afraid, because if she was scared, what would Ni Yang do? She must protect Ni Yang. Old Mrs. Mu's gaze moved between Wang Dezhuang and Ni Yang, quickly figuring out what Wang Dezhuang was thinking. Since Wang Dezhuang had readily come up with 1,000 yuan, she shouldn't let him be disappointed. Old Mrs. Mu turned to Ni Yang. "Yang, why don't you show Dezhuang around? The two of you young people should get to know each other better." Young people? If Ni Yang remembered correctly, Wang Dezhuang was about Mrs. Mu's age. People of this era generally marry early. Old Mrs. Mu had become a grandmother at 40. By estimation, Wang Dezhuang was even a year older than Mrs. Mu. How could Mrs. Mu have the nerve to use the term young people? There was a flicker of sarcasm in Ni Yang's eyes as she looked down. Hearing this, Wang Dezhuang rubbed his palms together, eagerly looking at Ni Yang, muttering, "Auntie, you're absolutely right." Old Mrs. Mu was indeed a shrewd woman. She knew perfectly well what he was thinking. Seeing Ni Yang hadn't moved, old Mrs. Mu's expression cooled a bit. Yang. Ni Yang, grinning from ear to ear, came out from behind Ni Zihua. "Grandma, I'm not deaf." "Since you're not deaf, hurry up and take Dezhuang for a tour." Old Mrs. Mu ground out through clenched teeth. Ni Yang looked at Wang Dezhuang, the shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth deepening. "There's a cornfield up front. Do you want to go look?" At this time, the corn in the cornfield was thriving. If something were to happen, who would notice? Wang Dezhuang perked up at the idea, repeatedly nodding his head. "All right, exactly. Let's go to the cornfield." "Follow me then." As she turned, Ni Yang gave Ni Zihua a reassuring look. Wang Dezhuang immediately followed Ni Yang's steps. Seeing Ni Yang obediently following orders, old Mrs. Mu was momentarily satisfied. Ni Yang was really too naive. She actually took Wang Dezhuang away. Li Shu saw the backs of Ni Yang and Wang Dezhuang and was so pleased that she could barely stop herself from bursting into laughter. Since Wang Dezhuang was a gelded man and couldn't marry a wife, his mind had long become twisted. He was a pervert among perverts. Just wait. Today, even if Ni Yang isn't killed, she's going to have a near-death experience. Ni Yang took Wang Dazhu to the front of the cornfield. "I'm going in first." Ni Yang stepped into the cornfield. "I'm coming too." Wang Dezhuang immediately followed Ni Yang's pace. The sun was very high, but due to the dense corn stalks, not a sliver of sunlight penetrated the cornfield. Inside, there was even a slight chilliness. Ni Yang stopped up front, raised her head to look at Wang Dezhuang, a faint curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Despite her smile, Wang Dezhuang strangely did not feel any warmth. Instead, a sense of dread overwhelmed him. It felt too peculiar. "Yang, from now on, I'm your husband." Wang Dezhuang couldn't be bothered with anything else at this point. He rubbed his hands and pounced towards Ni Yang. Ni Yang slightly raised her hand. Bang! 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 Shortly after, painful cries emerged from the dense cornfield. For a whole 30 minutes, both Ni Yang and Wang Dezhuang didn't appear. Ni Zihua was extremely anxious and afraid that something had happened to Ni Yang, constantly looking towards the entrance. Yet, smiles could be seen on the faces of Old Lady Mu and Mu Jinbao. Li Shu relaxedly said, "They've been gone for so long, Yang and Dezhuang haven't returned, they must be getting along quite well. The two definitely did everything they should and shouldn't have done in the cornfield." Old Lady Mu nodded in agreement, laughing so hard her eyes nearly disappeared. Time was truly wonderful. The longer the time, the more it meant that Wang Dazhu was happy with Ni Yang. By then, even if Wang Dazhu wanted to regret, it would be too late. Just as Old Lady Mu was about to pick up 200 yuan from the table, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside, snatched the money away. "Give me my money back. I am never buying a wife again." Never again. On closer inspection, Old Lady Mu realized it was none other than Wang Dazhu. Before everyone inside the house could react, Wang Dezhuang had run past the door, looking so distraught that he even ran out of one of his shoes. As if a ghost was chasing him from behind. Old Lady Mu and Mu Jinbao hastily chased after him. "Zhuang, come back. Zhuang, Zhuang." Upon hearing Old Lady Mu's words, Wang Dezhuang started running even faster. Mu Jinbao caught up with Wang Dezhuang. "Good heavens! My money! My 1,000 yuan!" Old Lady Mu sat on the ground, crying and causing a ruckus. She had nearly gotten the money, only to see it slipping away from her grasp. How could she not be furious? Li Shu's eyebrows scrunched up into a frown. The situation was far from what she had imagined. What in the world was Wang Dezhuang thinking? Why did he run all of a sudden? Where was Ni Yang? Where did that sneaky Ni Yang go? Just then, Ni Yang nonchalantly walked in from outside. "Granny, what happened? Did someone upset you again?" At the sound of her words, Old Lady Mu immediately stopped crying, looked up at Ni Yang and bitterly cursed, "You shameless hussy! You dare to come back? What did you do to Dezhuang?" "I have no idea," Ni Yang shrugged, her eyes reflecting an innocent look. "There's a possibility he's mentally ill." I was even shocked. "You shameless hussy! You dare to argue back? You wretched creature! Useless junk!" Old Lady Mu cursed loudly. Ni Yang didn't get angry, but the corner of her mouth hinted a faint smile. "Granny, I've heard that people with filthy mouths will have their tongues severed by the king of hell after they die, especially those like you with many sins. You're not far from descending to hell. Save yourself some virtue." Old Lady Mu was so furious her whole body started shaking. This shameless girl was so bold, she even dared to curse her to death. Chapter 13, Village Chief arrived. _1 Ni Yang has always been a soft, docile, and submissive person. When was she ever so defiant? Li Shu felt her temple throb wildly, an ominous feeling suddenly bubbling up. No way. She couldn't let Ni Yang slip out of her control. Li Shu offered up a forced smile, her eyes focused on Ni Yang. "Yang, what's gotten into you? Your grandmother is thinking of your best interests. How could you talk to her like that? Do you have any idea how wealthy my cousin is? If you marry him, you could live a luxurious life. So many girls crave this opportunity, yet you've got it. Stop angering your grandmother, apologize to her and get my cousin back here. Yang responded with a bright, pointed smile. If your cousin is such a catch, why not marry him yourself? Isn't this perfect, seeing as how you're a widow too? Li Shu's eyes bulged, unable to conceal her fury anymore. You shameless girl, what are you babbling about? Right at that moment, Mu Jinbao rushed in from the yard, his face an image of dismay. Mom, I caught up with Dezhuang, but he refuses to return. Who knew what was going on with that Wang Dezhuang? He was clearly quite interested in Yang just a while ago. However, after a romp in the cornfield, he returned as if he was a completely different person. Refuses to return? Why does he refuse to return? My 1,000 yuan. My 1,000 yuan. Granny Mu was so furious it felt like her liver would burst, her face deathly pale. It was more painful than dying a little. That was 1,000 yuan. A whole 1,000 yuan. Jinbao, beat this shameless wench to death. Beat her till she's dead. Granny Mu pointed at Yang and spat out viciously. Even if Yang was beaten to death right now, she still wouldn't feel satisfied. This cheap wench was truly hateful. Even Mu Jinbao was pining over the 1,000 yuan. He stepped up to Yang, raised his hand, and viciously slapped down. Mu Jinbao's hand was about to make contact when Yihua hurriedly stepped in front of Yang, taking the slap full on her face. Quihua's head jerked sideways from the force, but she didn't retreat. She looked up at Mu Jinbao and summoned the courage to say, Mu Jinbao, I want a divorce. Divorce? Mu Jinbao laughed scornfully at Cuihua. You're nothing more than an old cow bought and paid for by our Mu family. You don't have the right to demand a divorce. You belong to the Mu family in life and death. You'll never escape from the Mu family. Yes, Cuihua was merely purchased by Mu Jinbao for 3 yuan. Hearing these words, Quihua's face darkened. How could she have forgotten? She was bought by the Mu family. She can't get a divorce? If she can't get a divorce, what should she do? Does that mean she's doomed to spend the rest of her life with this scum? Just then, a few figures appeared outside the door, stopping to listen to the commotion inside. If Mu Jinbao raised his head to look out, he would see, amongst the group, the village chief of Dam Village. Yang stepped in front of Cuihua. Human trafficking is illegal. My mother wants to divorce you now. You have no right to deprive her of her freedom. Since Cuihua had never gone through a registration process with Mu Jinbao, this matter was much easier to settle. Yang caught sight of the shadow on the ground and started devising her plan. Mu Jinbao was so infuriated at Yang's retort that he grabbed an axe and swung it towards Yang. You ungrateful brat. If I don't kill you today, I'm not a Mu. Cuihua gasped and quickly shielded Yang behind her. But Yang was not afraid of Mu Jinbao. You don't have the right to hit me. And you sure as hell have no right to be my father. Don't think I don't know who Li Shu is. She's your mistress and she's carrying your bastard child. You're keeping a woman on the side and yet you still expect my mother to slave for you. People like you should all rot in hell. Upon hearing that, beads of sweat dotted Li Shu's forehead. Yang knew about her and Mu Jinbao's relationship. What should she do? Well, no. She thought she could control Yang, but she never expected this girl to be so fierce. Besides, it's a sensitive period now. If people find out about her relationship with Mu Jinbao, she won't get off scot-free. Mu Jinbao was incensed by Yang's words and swung the axe straight down. Ungrateful brat. I'll kill you today. Just when he was about to strike, a figure rushed in from outside, grabbed Mu Jinbao's hand. What's going on? Is there no respect for law in your eyes? The person who came in was no other than the old village chief along with several men in suits. The one who grabbed Mu Jinbao's wrist was indeed the old village chief. Despite his age, the village chief's strength wasn't weaker than any young man's. Village chief, what wind blows you our way? Mu Jinbao asked playfully as he looked towards the village chief. The village chief also surnamed Mu and was a relative of Mu Jinbeo's, so he wasn't particularly afraid of the village chief. How bad could it be if the village chief found out that he was hitting his wife and children? Would he turn against his own family for this? Impossible. But the village chief wasn't as accommodating as usual and demanded harshly, "If I didn't come now, there would have been a homicide. Comrade Mu Jinbao, no matter the reason, it can't be an excuse for you to beat your wife and children." Mu Jinbao, grinning ear to ear, said, "Village chief, I was just disciplining my wife and kids. You're making it sound like a murder. How many men in this village don't hit their wives? Even the village chief himself perhaps isn't clean in this regard. Furthermore, in this remote and poor village, even if one were to beat someone to death, no one would care. If someone really got beaten to death, one would only need to drag the body up to the mountain and bury it. It wouldn't be the first time someone had beaten their spouse to death in the village. Comrade Mu Jinbao, take this seriously." The village chief reprimanded him. "What you just did was attempted murder." If it were any other day, the village chief wouldn't have bothered with such matters. In Dam Village, wife beating was a daily occurrence, and if he had to deal with every case, he wouldn't be able to manage it all. But not today. Today, standing next to him were a few officials with quite a bit of authority. At this moment, Ni Yang tugged at Ni Kuihua's sleeve. Ni Cuihua quickly understood and fell to her knees, bursting into tears. "Village chief, please don't support these people just because they share your surname. You must stand up for us. We mother and daughters have had such difficult lives. Mu Jinbao isn't human. It's bad enough that he's having affairs outside. Now he even wants to kill us both. I've been married to the Mu family for 17 years, given birth to 5 daughters for him, and he abandoned 3. These children are my life. Now I want divorces. I want to divorce this murderer. We cannot go on like this. Please, village chief, stand up for us." Chapter 14. Bridge is bridge, road is road. _1 Ni Cuihua wept woefully as she recounted all the grievances she had suffered over the years in the Mu family. She was truly wronged. The old village chief was also a Mu, and he didn't want to blow things out of proportion. "Yang Yang's mum, you can't just go around saying things like that. You claim Yang Yang's dad has someone else on the side. Do you have any evidence? This couple and their daily life, bumps on the road are normal. Don't mention divorce at every turn, it can hurt people." Upon hearing this, Ni Cuihua felt a chill in her heart. It seemed the old village chief wasn't going to help her. Just when she was about to give up, Ni Yang glanced at her, indicating with her eyes that she should continue speaking. Ni Cuihua seemed encouraged, wept even more miserably. "Village chief, I know you share the same last name as the old Mu family. But you can't favor Mu Jinbao just because of that. You are the village chief, the most respected person in this village. If even you won't stand up for me, who else can I turn to? My 3 discarded children and the fact that Mu Jinbao got another woman pregnant are not false. Look, that shameless woman is right here. Women are weak, but mothers are strong." On any other day, Ni Cuihua would never have dared to utter such words, but today was different. Because she knew that if they continued to stay in the Mu family, they, the mother and daughter trio, would be doomed. The village chief flinched at her words. The city officials were still standing behind him. Ni Cuihua was throwing such a big hat on him, could he bear it? The old village chief immediately helped Ni Cuihua up, with a kind smile on his face. "Yang Yang's mum, don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who covers up for his own kin. I will deal with this matter impartially." Upon hearing this, Ni Cuihua was so moved, she cried, "Thank you, village chief. Thank you, village chief." Mu Jinbao wasn't happy. He stopped referring to the village chief by his title. "Uncle, don't just listen to this woman's ramblings. She's spouting nonsense. Show me the law that says I can't beat my own mother-in-law and daughter? If you've nothing else, I suggest you go back. Next time, I will bring some meat for you as a token of respect." The old village chief had enjoyed a lot of meat from Mu Jinbao, or else Mu Jinbao wouldn't have dared to blatantly bring Li Shu back home. Upon hearing this, the old village chief's face darkened. "Mu Jinbao, you clearly know what you've done. Now comrade Ni Cuihua wants to divorce you. He'll approve it. After all, You guys never even had a marriage certificate. They'll give you a proof, you come over to press your fingerprints, and then you sever ties. No more dealings with each other. This Mu Jinbao really dares to say anything. If he continued this way, he would no longer be the village chief. Mu Jinbao looked at the village chief incredulously, somewhat bewildered. The village chief who had always been on his side was suddenly on Ni Kuihua's side today. Divorcing was impossible for him. Ni Yang could be sold for a good price now, and Ni Zihua was like the old ox at home. If he lost these two people, it would be a huge loss for the Mu family. I want divorce. Why should I divorce? Even if you beat me to death, I want divorce. Mu Jinbao began acting like a rogue. The old lady Mu also played rogue and laid down on the ground. Want a divorce? Not unless you step over my corpse. All right, don't want a divorce? Then we'll just call the police. Suddenly, the man in the suit spoke up. Then he turned to his assistant, Xiao Zhao, tell Comrade Mu Jinbao what the consequences would be if he refuses to divorce. Xiao Zhao stepped forward and said, based on the evidence we have at the moment, Comrade Mu Jinbao is suspected of attempted murder and intentional homicide. If these charges are added up, he could be shot. It's a crackdown period now, and the threat of execution is not a joke. Mu Jinbao turned pale. Who the hell are you? Just because you say I killed, that means I did. The old village chief responded coldly, you better shut up. This man is the assistant to the secretary of the municipal party committee. The assistant to the secretary of the municipal party committee? Why on earth would the assistant to the secretary of the municipal party committee be here? Xiao Zhao was the secretary's assistant, and the man who was talking to Xiao Zhao was Yao Wei, the secretary himself. Yao Wei was sent by Zhou Changjing. Because Zhou Changjing was seriously injured, they could only send Yao Wei to make the trip. Mu Jinbao shuddered in fear. Uncle, please, don't joke with me. What on earth could the secretary of the municipal party committee be doing in their dirt-poor village? Before the village chief could speak, Xiao Zhao continued, Mu Jinbao, you were just about to attack your daughter with an axe. If it wasn't for the timely intervention of village chief Mu, your daughter would be dead. That's attempted murder, and we're all witnesses. Plus, the 3 children you abandoned all died unnaturally. That's deliberate murder, and Ni Zuehua is the witness. As for the affair, Comrade Li Shu is pregnant. Need I say more? Hearing this, Li Shu was terrified, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. If they really reported him, Mu Jinbao wouldn't be the only one sentenced to death by firing squad. She would be an accomplice. The old village chief continued, Mu Jinbao, think about it carefully. Would you rather be shot or get a divorce? Mrs. Mu was startled, and quickly stood up from the ground. Divorce? Jinbao will get a divorce. At this point, of course, life was more important. Furthermore, if they divorced, the one to suffer would be Ni Zuehua. She's a woman, and she would have no choice but to starve out there. When that time comes, it'll be Ni Zuehua who will regret. Mu Jinbao was scared out of his wits, death by firing squad. How could he not be afraid? Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. The old village chief finally relaxed, continuing, now that you've decided to divorce, I'll issue you a divorce certificate. Although Ni Zuehua and Mu Jinbao hadn't gotten their marriage certificate, the two had lived together for so long and had 2 children. To avoid any future complications, a certificate was necessary. Ni Yang stepped forward at the right time. My sister and I want to go with Mom. Ni Zuehua finally came to her senses. Right? The 2 kids are coming with me. No, I don't agree. Mrs. Mu said angrily, these 2 children are from the Mu family. Why should they go with that slut Ni Zuehua? The old village chief continued, Madam, currently Mu Jinbao is the one at fault. He has no right to the children. We must respect Comrade Ni Zuehua and the children's opinions. No, the children belong to our Mu family. If that slut Ni Zuehua wants to leave, let her leave by herself. She won't take anything from our Mu family. At this moment, Yao Wei continued speaking. Xiao Zhao, we should call the police, let the murderer taste the bullet. Old Mrs. Mu's face turned white, and she was instantly silenced. The old village chief finished the certificate and stamped the village's official seal on it. Enaizuhua Mujin Bao, you two press your fingerprints. Once these are pressed, you two will have no relation at all. Enaizuehua pressed her fingerprint without hesitation. Mu Jinbao was reluctant to press, but thinking his life was at stake, he still pressed it. This divorce certificate had 3 copies, 2 for Enaizuehua and Mu Jinbao, and 1 for the village to keep. After pressing the fingerprint, Enaizuehua went to the room to carry the children out. Enai Yang bowed to the village chief and Yao Wei. Secretary Chief, thank you for today. The village chief laughed awkwardly, not knowing if he could still retain his position after today. Yao Wei smiled and said, if an official doesn't serve the people, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. This is what should be done. Chapter 15. Goodbye, damn village. _1 It was apparent that Yao Wei was a good official who served the people. Off to the side, though, old Lady Mu was becoming anxious, watching Yao Wei and Enai Yang speak with such familiarity. What on earth was happening? Why would the city's party secretary come to their home? And to chance upon this very incident? This clearly wasn't a coincidence. Could it be that Enai Yang and the city party secretary had planned this all along? Otherwise, this couldn't possibly be such a coincidence. Enai Yang must have colluded with them in advance. But how did Enai Yang know the city party secretary? Old Lady Mu raised her head to look at Enai Yang. Under the dim light, Enai Yang stood there, with a soft glow on her beautiful face, and when she spoke, 2 small dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. For the first time, old Lady Mu realized that her granddaughter had such a pretty face. But the thought that, starting from now, Enai Yang was no longer her granddaughter, twisted old Lady Mu's face into a grimace. That bitch Enaizuehua. It would have been fine if she had wanted a divorce herself. But now she was even taking away their Mu family's granddaughter. Just then, Enaizuehua came out of the house holding the child. Yang Yang, I've packed everything. Enai Yang turned to look at Enaizuehua. Mom, let's go then. All right. Enaizuehua nodded. Old Lady Mu continued, Enaizuehua, I'm giving you one last chance to reconsider. Back out now while you still can. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to step inside the Mu family's home ever again. Let me tell you, the world is a chaotic place right now. You 3 women leaving just like that will surely end up starving on the streets. Enaizuehua turned back to look at old Lady Mu, her tone cold. Don't worry. I'd rather starve in the street than return to the Mu family. Good, good. Old Lady Mu remarked sarcastically, you have some nerve. Funny. I look forward to the day you come back begging. How can a woman survive without a man? It's impossible. Without a doubt, Enaizuehua will come crying back to her eventually. Escorted by Yao Wei and the village chief, Enai Yang and Enaizuehua left the Mu family mansion, carrying the child with them. Just then, a pair of worn-out shoes tossed viciously, hit Enai Kuihua's back. Indeed, a place of deprivation breeds wicked people. Yao Wei frowned. Holding the child, Enaizuehua couldn't help but tear up. In these times, a divorced woman was bound to be gossiped about. Needless to say, life for her, her daughter, and the child wouldn't be easy from now on. Mom, don't be afraid, and don't pay attention to others' stares. Rest assured in the future, we will have good days. Isn't there a saying? Good days are forged through hardships. Upon hearing this, Yao Wei felt a rush of respect for Enai Yang. The young girl was nothing like he had imagined. She was even stronger than her mother, Enaizuehua. From start to finish, she hadn't shed a single tear. Yao Wei had initially thought that Enai Yang was just a small-town girl with medical skills. It now seemed that she was far more exceptional than he had imagined. Yao Wei then asked, young comrade Enai Yang, where do you plan to go from here? I haven't decided yet, Enai Yang answered. The village chief understood that Enai Yang was hesitant to speak because of his presence. So, being tactful, he said, Secretary, I have some matters to attend to in the village, I will go ahead. Yao Wei was unsatisfied with the way the village chief had handled matters. He looked up at the village chief, his tone becoming stern, you may go. The village chief swallowed hard and turned to walk towards the village department. He hoped that after today, he could continue being the village chief. After the village chief had left, Yao handed An Yang a yellow cloth bag. Young comrade An Yang, Mr. Zhou has taken care of all the matters you asked him to help with. Additionally, there's some money in here as a token of goodwill from Mr. Zhou. An Yang immediately refused. Uncle Zhou has already helped me a lot. I cannot accept this money. Yao Wei laughed and said, accept it. It's not a lot of money. Mr. Zhou would be worried if you didn't. Moreover, you need to live when you are away. At this juncture, if An Yang further declined, Yao Wei might think there was an ulterior motive. Moreover, she did indeed need the money now. Please thank Uncle Zhou for me. An Yang accepted the yellow cloth bag with both hands. Yao Wei nodded, certainly. By the way, where do you plan to go after leaving here? Although An Yang had previously said she hadn't decided yet, Yao Wei knew that she must have had plans. She just didn't say anything because the village chief was there. To Beijing. An Yang continued, then, I'll start a small business. Upon hearing this, Yao Wei looked at An Yang in surprise. You want to become a private business owner? To be honest, in this era, private business owners were considered contemptible. Some people would rather starve to death than go into business and become private business owners. Being a merchant was labeled speculative and was especially shameful. Nobody could have anticipated that the first generation of private business owners going into business would end up as millionaires and billionaires. This is why Yao Wei was so surprised when he heard that An Yang wanted to be a private business owner. An Yang responded with a smile, yes, a private business owner. You heard correctly. Chapter 16. Full of curiosity under one gazing at An Yang in front of him, Yao Wei was almost under the illusion that she was the one in control. This was just a 17-year-old kid, after all. Ever since An Yang had saved Zhou Changjing, Yao Wei had been curious about this girl because An Yang had shown remarkable calmness, exhibiting a maturity that surpassed many adults when it came to handling situations. It was said that, having been saved by An Yang, Zhou Changjing asked what she wanted, even if it meant a large sum of money, he would do his best to satisfy her. Surprisingly, An Yang's request was very simple. All she wanted was to leave the Mu household and Dam village smoothly. Later on, it was heard that Zhou Changjing investigated An Yang, but the results were always the same. She was just a blank slate of a country girl. Born in Dam village, raised in Dam village. Uncle Yao, this is where we should part ways. Every banquet has to end eventually. I wish you every success in the future. An Yang bade farewell to Yao Wei at the entrance of the village. All right, I'll take your good words. Safe travels to you too. Yao Wei stopped. Goodbye, Uncle Yao. An Yang waved. Goodbye. Yao Wei watched the departing figures of An Cuihua and her daughter. After the mother and daughter turned a corner and could no longer see Yao Wei, An Cuihua asked, Yang, how do you know Secretary Zhou? An Cuihua was filled with questions. An Yang told her mother the entire story, to which An Cuihua responded with a laugh. My Yang, you're amazing. Thanks to Secretary Zhou's help today, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Little did they know, the moment they left Dam village, the villagers began to gossip. In these days without TVs, internet, or mobile phones, people could only resort to gossip to pass their time. In addition to Old Lady Mu's outcry, everyone in the village knew about this incident. If I were Mu Jinbao, I would have killed that slut An Cuihua. Not only is she unable to bear a son, but she also runs off with another man. How shameless! The Mu family is so generous. If she were my daughter-in-law, I wouldn't let her get through that door today. An Cuihua, not only did she cheat and eloped, but she also took the two granddaughters of the Mu family. As the old saying goes, when it comes to marriage, you need to examine the other party's 3 generations. You really can't take in a woman from outside whose background you don't know. Shoo, another person pulled their husband's hand. Keep your voices down. I think this might not be entirely Cuihua's fault. Cuihua is always an honest person, undertaking all the heavy duties in the Mu household. Didn't you notice that the Mu family recently welcomed a new pregnant woman? There could be more to this story than meets the eye. We outsiders can't see everything clearly. That makes sense. But no matter what, Enai Tsuehua shouldn't have divorced. After being divorced, which man would dare to want this worn shoe? Enai Young didn't care about whether people gossiped or not. As long as she lived comfortably, she was fine. In any era, money is the boss. Her current wish was to earn money. Although this was a rather crude wish, money was the foundation for living. 3 hours later, the mother-daughter duo arrived at the township. The township was about 10 kilometers or so from the village. Quite clearly, the township was much livelier compared to the village, with roadside vendors peddling various goods. Despite it not being as modern as the 21st century, one could still see glimpses of more modern elements. Enai Tsuehua had never left Dam Village for over a decade, and now, the dizzying scene left her awestruck. She had no idea how much the outside world had changed. "Mom, let's find a place to eat first." It was already past 12 in the afternoon, and they had been clutching their rumbling stomachs for 3 hours. Enai Tsuehua looked at the shops on both sides of the street and hesitated. Yang, this should be very expensive, right? Going by Enai Yang's intentions, they might also be going to Beijing. Where would they get so much money to splurge now? Zhou Changjing did give them money, but what about their expenses in Beijing? Enai Tsuehua was a frugal person. "It's okay, we can afford a bowl of rice." Enai Yang, carrying her younger sister, walked into a nearby small restaurant. This restaurant was not a state-owned one, but a private business, offering cheap and delicious dishes. Enai Yang ordered a portion of braised pork, a pot of chicken soup, and a portion of stir-fried vegetables. Rice was free, and altogether, it cost less than 10 yuan in total. For the first time, Enai Yang felt money was easy to spend. In the 21st century, this amount of food would cost at least 300 or 400 yuan. Yang, let's just eat a little. There's no need to waste money. Enai Tsuehua felt a bit overwhelmed, looking at all the good food in front of her. When had she ever eaten such good food in her life? When she was in the Mu household, she ate the worst food. All the good stuff was left for old lady Mu and Mu Jinbao. "Mom, just eat." "I've paid already." Enai Yang poured a bowl of chicken soup for Enai Tsuehua. "If we don't, it will be wasted." In the 80s, there were the few farmed broiler chickens, so the chicken soup was layered with a wax-yellow oil, and the soup was delicious and savory, and the chicken melted in the mouth. It was a real treat. This was also the first proper meal Enai Yang had since her rebirth. Listening to Enai Yang, Enai Tsuehua started drinking the chicken soup in large gulps. She was, at her core, not a wasteful person. People in this era didn't have a lot in their bellies, so their appetites were quite large. The mother and daughter easily finished 2 dishes, a soup, and several bowls of rice. In the meantime, Enai Tsuehua went to the restroom to breastfeed the child and asked the owner's wife for some wood ash. In this era, there was no such thing as diapers, so people would sew a cloth bag and fill it with wood ash. While it's not as good as a diaper, it's better than nothing, and more helpful than a thin nappy. "Here you go, young lady. Here is the wood ash you asked for." The restaurant owner's wife was a very kind person and handed her a full bag of wood ash. "Thank you, ma'am." Enai Tsuehua received it with both hands, thanking her. Enai Yang, holding her younger sister, walked ahead. "Mom, let's go to the county town first, spend the night, and take the train to Beijing tomorrow morning." Chapter 17, Being Followed. _1 They were nearly 50 kilometers away from the county seat. On the way, they had to change vehicles 3 or 4 times. By the time they arrived in the county seat, it would likely be after 4, forcing them to stay overnight and set off early in the morning. "All right, they'll follow your lead." Enai Tsuehua now had complete trust in Enai Yang. The mother and daughter took their child on the journey. They were poorly dressed and had a child with them, so small thieves wouldn't pay them any attention. By the time it was 5 in the evening, the mother and daughter finally arrived in the county seat. The county seat was much more prosperous than the town. Only then did Enai Tsuehua truly feel her insignificance. She tightly held her child, closely following Enai Yang, not daring to stray even half a step away. As she watched Enai Yang walking ahead, a feeling of unfamiliarity welled up in Enai Kuihua's heart, alongside a sense of pride. Her daughter was much more capable than her. Enai Yang checked them into an inn. It was a twin room, the condition was not very good, but compared to the rural area, it was heaven and hell. Ni Yang placed her package on the cabinet, took the room key and said to Nai Hua, "Mom, you rest in the room first. I'll go buy the train tickets. I have the key, don't open the door to anyone else." "Okay." Nai Hua nodded, then added, "Yang Yang, can you manage on your own? Should I go with you?" "No need, you rest well. I'll be back soon." When Ni Yang got to the door, she casually opened another one. "Mom, this is the bathroom." "All right." Nai Hua stood up. "I know, be careful." Ni Yang opened the door and left. In June, the sun at 5 o'clock was still very high in the sky. It was hot and made people sweat a thin layer. With the memories from her previous life, Ni Yang quickly found the train station. The train station underwent several renovations in the future, but its location never changed. There weren't many people taking the train at this time of the year. Ni Yang arrived at the ticket booth. "Comrade, I would like 2 sleeper tickets." The ticket seller was a young guy, who seemed almost asleep. When he heard the sound, he opened his eyes reluctantly. "What? Speak up." The ticket sellers of this era had the same status as public servants of the present day. It wouldn't be easy to get this job without connections or know-how, especially in a state-owned enterprise like the Railway Bureau. Especially when Ni Yang was so shabbily dressed, it was clear that she was from the countryside. Ni Yang didn't pay attention to the ticket seller's attitude, smilingly saying, "Hello, I need 2 sleeping berths to Beijing." It's not worth getting angry with such people. Seeing Ni Yang not getting angry, but instead being so polite, the ticket seller was indeed a little embarrassed. Especially since this girl was so pretty. He scolded himself for his poor eyesight earlier. He hadn't noticed how pretty this girl was. "Do you have an introduction letter?" The guy's attitude did an about-face in an instant. "Yes." Ni Yang took out the introduction letter from her pocket. After the ticket seller glanced at it, he said, "That will be 68 yuan in total." Ni Yang took out a pile of change and handed it to the ticket seller. Most of these coins were in denominations of 1 and 5 cents, with the largest value being 1 yuan. 68 yuan made quite a big pile. Ni Yang had specially got the change from the restaurant owner when having a meal. If she was flashing big money around, it would definitely attract attention from others. At just 16 and with a family to support, she didn't want to attract unwanted attention. On any other day, the ticket seller would definitely not be happy facing so much change. But not today, because the person standing in front of him was a beautiful girl. He had been selling tickets for 2 years and had never seen a girl as pretty as this. Beautiful women will always receive special treatment, regardless of the era. After successfully buying the tickets, Ni Yang started walking back. Thinking about how smoothly everything had gone, Ni Yang unconsciously let out a smile. In the afternoon sun, the young girl came walking against the light, a smile on her lips. Her stunning beauty made the city traffic in the background seem to pale in comparison. Little did she know, 3 good-for-nothing hoodlums already had their eyes on her from afar. They just hadn't found the opportunity to make a move, as this was the bustling city area. Ni Yang might not be dressed impressively, but someone who buys 2 sleeper train tickets without batting an eyelid, how could she possibly be poor? They were sure they could squeeze something out of her. Moreover, she was gorgeous. A young girl, if anything happened to her, would unlikely voice it out loud. In this era, women are very conservative and value their own reputation. Normal women would rather suffer silently when insulted than to make it public. Otherwise, even if they get married in the future, they would still be looked down upon by their in-laws' family. By this time, the county and the village were quite different. In the village, to purchase daily necessities one would need all sorts of coupons, but in the county, as long as you have money, it's fine. So, Ni Yang bought an extra 2 cups for drinking water, a bag of milk powder, some biscuits and dry food for the journey. The milk powder was for her sister to drink, as Ni Hua wasn't producing enough milk, especially since she hadn't had the proper rest period after giving birth and hadn't really eaten anything nutritious. Moreover, after getting off the train, they would still need to take the tram. It would be a bumpy ride, and the journey would take at least 2 days. As Ni Yang left the supply and marketing co-op, she felt that something was off. With her heightened senses, she could easily tell that 3 people were following her. Yang's ears twitched slightly, and then she quickened her pace, turned a corner, and her figure disappeared in an instant. The 3 little punks saw Yang vanish, exchanged puzzled glances, threw the cigarette stubs in their hands, and hurried after her. Yang carefully placed the things in her hands in the corner of the wall, took the dagger concealed on her body, and holding it in her hand, she stood at the corner ready for defense. She didn't bother unsheathing the blade. It was better not to shed blood unless absolutely necessary. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Yang's ears twitched more frequently. She held the dagger tightly and squinted her eyes. 3, 2. She swung her arm, directly knocking down the first thug who rushed out, following it with a backspin kick, the tip of her foot perfectly hitting the chin of a punk behind, knocking him to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only 2 out of 3 punks were remaining. Yang narrowed her eyes slightly, about to hit the thug with her dagger. However, the thug surprisingly lay down himself, crying for mercy, "Miss Heroine, I was wrong. I am lying down myself. Please spare me and my brothers." A wise man knows when to retreat. This punk was no fool. He knew he had encountered a formidable opponent. But he couldn't understand how an ordinary-looking peasant girl could be so skilled. This was just unbelievable. Yang slowly concealed the dagger in her chest and said coolly, "When you decided to follow me, didn't you consider this?" Chapter 18. Encounter _1. If she had been just a powerless young girl today, she probably would have suffered irreparable harm by now. "Sister, I really dare not anymore. Please spare me." The thug cried and begged for mercy. The other 2 thugs also quickly got up and knelt in front of this girl who was younger than them but stronger. Yang casually put away the dagger, looking down at the 3 thugs with a slight smirk, then slightly bent over and reached out her slender hand to them. "Hand it over." Although she was smiling, there was not the slightest hint of amusement in her eyes. Instead, the icy glint was utterly intimidating. What? One of the thugs shivered in fear. "The stick in your hand." Yang spoke indifferently. The thug, trembling all over, handed over the stick in his hand to Yang. In truth, it wasn't a stick, but a real iron pipe. About as thick as 2 thumbs. Yang took the iron pipe, lightly bent it with both hands, and with a muffled sound, the pipe was easily broken into 2 pieces by her. The 3 thugs were wide-eyed, unbelieving of what they were seeing right before them. Cold sweat broke out on their backs. What fearsome strength was needed to break an iron pipe so easily? Who on earth was this young girl? However, the one who broke the iron pipe was unperturbed, the corners of her mouth upturned in a small smile, speaking to the thugs. "If I catch you guys messing with the women of this city again, this pipe will be your fate. Do you understand?" Her tone was cold and chilling, her presence commanding. She was not an ordinary girl. She seemed more like a person of high standing who had experienced many things. Understood. The thugs were so scared their faces turned pale and answered shakily. Yang casually threw the pipe to the ground. "If you've understood, then get lost." At her words, the thugs felt as if a huge burden had been lifted and they scampered away immediately. Yang did not linger, as her sister and mother were waiting for her at the inn, and she immediately turned around to move on. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she left, 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared in the previously deserted alleyway. One of the figures was tall and slender, standing casually with his hands in his pockets, radiating an irresistible aura of dominance. Sporting an army cap, beneath the brim of the cap were eyes that carried a dangerous glint. His lips curled in a barely noticeable smile, giving no hint to his thoughts. Anyone could see that this man was not someone to be trifled with. The 2 men had witnessed every bit of what had just happened. The slightly shorter one ran forward and picked up a white ticket that had fallen onto the ground. "Third brother, this fell off that girl." The man took the ticket, the curve of his lips growing larger. "Beijing." No wonder Li Xianxian said she couldn't find her. She had secretly gone to Beijing to find him. Just a country girl, where did she get the money for the ticket? And where did she get the courage to run to Beijing all by herself? Unless everything was part of her grand scheme, saving him, stealing his watch, naturally going to Beijing, then coming to him and living in his old house. According to his grandfather's and grandmother's old-fashioned ideas, they would certainly let her marry him and become part of the Mo family. This man was Mo Baichuan from Beijing, also known as the third of the Mo's and who Ni Yang had rescued from the mountain. Mo Baichuan tightly gripped the ticket, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he slightly turned his head towards the man next to him. Take this ticket to her. He was curious to see who had sent Ni Yang. How dare she calculate his every move? She actually went to Beijing to find him. She had quite an appetite. In hindsight, it was a strange situation from the beginning. How coincidental was it that he happened to see this young country girl when he was being pursued? Even more so, this girl surprisingly helped him get out of a crisis. Imagine, a small country girl who grew up in the mountains. How could she have that kind of eloquence and courage? Mo Baichuan's eyes held a complex look. For the first time in his life, he had been schemed against by a young girl. Tang Shi took over the ticket, puzzled. Third brother, should I deliver it to her now? Tang Shi and Mo Baichuan grew up together in a big courtyard in Beijing. Mo Baichuan was 3 years older than him and much more capable. After he graduated from the military academy, Tang Shi had always been behind Mo Baichuan. Tang Shi could tell that Mo Baichuan must know the girl just now. At this moment, the third brother should deliver the ticket himself to win the bowtie's heart. What's the point of having him deliver it? Third brother is already quite old and hasn't yet found a wife. He can't delay his good fortune. Third brother, why don't you deliver it yourself? Tang Shi handed the ticket back to Mo Baichuan and muttered, if I deliver it and she mistakenly fancies me, what should I do? He couldn't get in the way of other people's love. If she fancies you, then you can marry her. Mo Baichuan gave him a swift kick. Stop talking nonsense. Ni Yang was clearly coming for him. How could she possibly fancy Tang Shi, this naive boy? But now, he could only let Ni Yang go safely to Beijing to find out what she was really up to. Tang Shi touched his backside, limped in the direction that Ni Yang had disappeared off to. Comrade, comrade, comrade at the front, please wait. As Tang Shi ran, he called out. Ni Yang was already aware that someone was chasing her from behind. She turned around in confusion. Are you calling me? Yes, yes, yes. Tang Shi stopped, gasping for breath. You are Comrade Ni Zihua, aren't you? Ni Yang shook her head slightly. No, I'm not Zihua, but I know her. Only then did Tang Shi get a clear look at Ni Yang's face. He stood there stunned, presenting the ticket. He said shyly, well, as long as you know her, this comrade, you dropped your ticket. Tang Shi, having grown up in a big courtyard in Beijing, has seen many sophisticated city girls and daughters from prestigious families. However, he had never seen anyone as beautiful as Ni Yang. Perhaps, beautiful was not enough to describe her beauty. Ni Yang quickly checked her pocket and realized, indeed, one of her tickets was missing. She thanked Tang Shi, thank you so much. If not for him returning her ticket, she wouldn't be able to get another one in time for the train tomorrow morning. No problem, it's nothing, Tang Shi blushed. At that time, the phrase, I found a penny on the road and handed it to the police, was a household term, and people were very unsophisticated. There were none of the many scammers of later generations. Ni Yang took the ticket and smiled. My friend, you've been of great help. How about I treat you to a bowl of noodles? There was a noodle restaurant nearby and Ni Yang did not want to owe him anything. Chapter 19. Start a new journey _1 At these words, Tang Shi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. This isn't good. Could Ni Yang really be interested in him? Otherwise, why would she invite him for dinner on her own? This woman belongs to his third brother. He doesn't dare to mess with her. No need, no need. Tang Shi immediately refused, clutching his butt, limping and running away. Ni Yang silently watched Tang Shi. Was she really so scary in appearance? He ran even faster than a rabbit. Tang Shi quickly ran to Mo Baichuan. Third brother, I've returned the ticket to the female comrade. Mo Baichuan nodded. Go buy 2 tickets back to Beijing. Back to Beijing? Upon hearing this, Tangshi looked at Mo Baichuan in surprise and asked, "Third brother, aren't we going to Dam Village? We just got off the train from Beijing, and now we're going back to Beijing. What on earth does he want to do? Is he just running around for fun?" "We're not going." Mo Baichuan answered indifferently, "We're going straight back to the base. Everyone has eagerly gone to Beijing. Going to Dam Village then has no meaning. Weren't you out looking for a person? Now we're returning to the base without finding her?" Tangshi asked with confusion. "What? Do you have a problem with my decision?" Mo Baichuan gave Tangshi a plain look. Even this plain look was enough to send chills down Tangshi's spine. No, let's return to the base. We're going back to the base right away." Even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to question third brother's decision. By now, Tangshi had a more audacious suspicion in his mind. Could third brother be going back to Beijing for the attractive female comrade? Perhaps this pretty comrade was the person that third brother was looking for. Yang went to a small restaurant nearby, packed up some food, and brought it to the inn. In the inn, her younger sister had already fallen asleep. Zuihua came out from the bathroom and said to a worried-looking Yang, "Yang, I want to take a bath, but there's no tub. What should I do?" Yang placed the food on the table and spoke softly, "Mom, wait, let me see." At that time, the showers were foot-operated. To Yang, this kind of shower was not unfamiliar at all. But to Zuihua, a rural woman who had just arrived in Beijing, it was very strange. For a while, she found it hard to accept. "Mom, it works like this. This is called a shower. When you step on this pedal, water will spray out. You can stand under it to wash." Zuihua frowned. No good. That's such a waste of water." She was inherently thrifty. Yang smiled. "It's sanitary and convenient to wash like this. It's popular in the city. Go take a shower quickly, we'll eat after you're done. We have to get up early tomorrow to take the train." "All right." Zuihua nodded and then asked, Yang, do they charge for the soap? How much does it cost?" Yang shook her head. "They don't charge for it, Mom. Use it as you like." "Really?" Zuihua said joyfully, "Then I'll wash my hair too." Yang nodded, "Sure." Zuihua was quick. In less than an hour, she came out of the bathroom, smiling. "Young, I have to admit, although that thing wastes some water, it's very convenient to use. I never dreamed that one day I'd be able to use things that city people do." Yang set up the food, glanced at the hairdryer on the bedside table. "Mom, come here, let me blow-dry your hair." Hairdryers have been around even before the liberation, they just hadn't spread to the countryside yet. "Blow-dry?" Zuihua asked in confusion, "How do you blow-dry?" Yang replied with a mysterious tone, "You'll know when you come over." Zuihua had no choice but to approach. Yang then turned on the hairdryer, which immediately emitted a humming sound. At the same time, a gust of hot air puffed towards Zuihua's face, which startled her, making her stand up. "My goodness! What's going on?" Yang laughed and explained, "Mom, this is a hairdryer. See, it can blow hot air. It's specially designed for drying hair." While explaining, Yang started to blow-dry Zuihua's hair. With a face of awe, Zuihua expressed, "How come the minds of people in the city are so brilliant? By the way, Yang, how did you know about all these?" She had never seen such things before, and assumed Yang hadn't either, yet how did Yang know how to use a shower and a hairdryer? Yang bluffed, "I learned all these from books." She could certainly not tell her mother that she had been reborn, could she? As Zuihua was illiterate, she naturally had no idea what was taught in textbooks. She nodded and sighed. "Indeed, there's a world of difference between us, the illiterate, and those who can read." She then said, Yang, you just graduated from junior high school. When we get to Beijing, let's try to continue your education." Yang looked down and murmured, "Well, see." She had always been good at studying since she was young. Whether to continue studying or not didn't matter much to her, but attending university was a must. She certainly didn't want to end up illiterate in the future. In her past life, academic qualifications were extremely important. After escaping from an old bachelor in her previous life, She managed to get admitted to a top-notch university through self-study. This time around, her goal is to get into Peking University. Enai Zuihua sighed. In her opinion, they were fleeing to Beijing for refuge. They would be grateful just to survive. Getting an education was only a dream, and she blamed herself for failing to provide better for her child. After dinner, Enai Zuihua went to bathe the kids. Meanwhile, Enai Yang was organizing their luggage. They didn't carry many belongings, just one bag including food for the road. At this time, there were no plastic bags yet, so they stored everything in a woven bag. Enai Yang extracted an envelope from the bag, which Zhou Changjing had handed her. Aside from the household register and recommendation letter, there was also a thick stack of banknotes. She counted the notes. There were 1,080 yuan in total. Zhou Changjing was indeed generous. In this era, 1,000 yuan was equivalent to 100,000 yuan in the future. However, buying 2 lives with 1,000 yuan was a pretty good deal after all. Enai Yang took out 3 10-yuan notes and stored the rest safely on her body. The train was crowded with people and wasn't entirely safe. If she wasn't careful, pickpockets could easily steal their money. After putting the money away, Enai Yang opened the household register. Her name had been changed from Mu Yang to Enai Yang, and her sister's name had been changed from Mu Lady to Enai Yun. From this point forward, she would be known as Enai Yang, the genuine Enai Yang. Enai Yang looked at the brand new household register and felt full of confidence about her future life. The next morning, the mother and daughter duo woke up at 5 o'clock. They were catching a train that departed at 6:30. After eating some noodles downstairs, they carried the kid and set off for the train station. Not many people were buying tickets yesterday, but today the train was packed. The crowd was tremendously dense. "Mom, be careful," Enai Yang said, forging a way through the crowd for Enai Zuihua. There were all sorts of people on the train, including women and children and farmers with livestock. Even the sounds of chickens and ducks could be heard, and the smell was quite unpleasant. Enai Yang held their luggage in one hand and tightly held on to Enai Zuihua with the other. They made their way through the crowd before finally finding their sleeper compartment. The sleeper compartment was much quieter. The train's bunk beds were arranged in an upper and lower formation. Enai Yang had purchased 2 lower bunk tickets. The beds were situated face to face, which was very convenient. When they arrived, the passengers for the top bunks hadn't arrived yet. The train was set to depart at 6:30, and it was only a little past 6 now. Enai Yun behaved very well and didn't make a peep throughout the journey. "Mom, I'll go get some water." Enai Yang picked up the cup and stood up. Enai Zuihua nodded. By the time Enai Yang returned with the hot water, the passenger for the upper bunk had arrived. It was a woman in her 40s. She had permed hair, drew thin curved eyebrows, and wore lipstick. She dressed in a white blouse, the trendiest bell-bottom pants, and a pair of shiny small leather shoes. She appeared lively and spirited, unmistakably a city dweller. Her attire was undoubtedly the model of fashion for this era. Enai Zuihua glanced at the woman, then looked down at her own clothes, suddenly feeling a sense of inferiority. The woman appeared quite friendly. Upon seeing Enai Yang walking in, she asked, "Are you two heading to Beijing as well?" Chapter 20, Effortlessly _1. No matter what era, there are good people and bad people. In 1980s China, human traffickers were rampant. So, Enai Yang had to be vigilant. She nodded with a light smile to the enthusiastic middle-aged woman. "Yes. This is your mother, right? And the other one is your sister? Oh, she's so small, pale, and very cute," the woman said with a full-faced smile. "Thank you," Enai Yang responded with a faint smile, handing a cup of water to Enai Zuihua. "Mom, have some water." The woman looked at Enai Zuihua with evident envy, saying, "Big sister, you're so fortunate to have such a filial daughter. I really envy you." Enai Yang, with her vast experiences and exposure, could see that the middle-aged woman's envy was genuine. She really did envy her. A soft smile also appeared on Enai Zuihua's face. "This child has always been obedient. But you look younger than me, don't you?" The woman appeared to be in her 30s. Why would she call her big sister? Being complimented for looking young, the middle-aged woman was delighted. "I'm already 45 this year. 45. Enai Tsuehua looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise. Enai Tsuehua herself was only 36, she was a full 7 years younger. But by looks, Enai Tsuehua seemed at least a decade older. Yes, the middle-aged woman nodded. I'm 45 this year. My daughter married and lives in Dam Village. I came to visit her. Dam Village. On hearing these 3 words, Enai Tsuehua felt a deep sense of familiarity. Dam Village? Is your daughter Su Nianwang's wife? Though Dam Village was big, Su Nianwang was the only one who had a city girl as a wife. Yes, yes and yes, the middle-aged woman nodded quickly. My son-in-law is Su Nianwang. My daughter is called Wang Chunhua, and my surname is Enai. Are you guys from Dam Village too? Su Linwang was the village's only early college student. He worked in the county now. Previously, when he was studying in Beijing, he brought back a city girl as a wife, which not only brought honor to the Su family but was also the envy of the villagers. Back then, being a college student was a big deal. Having one in the family was more honorable than having a president. Unlike later, when college students were dime a dozen. However, when the middle-aged woman mentioned Su Nianwang, there was no trace of pride in her eyes. Enai Tsuehua nodded immediately. Elder sister, your surname is Enai too? My surname is also Enai. I used to live in Dam Village. After my divorce, I wanted to take my daughter to see Beijing. Knowing that the middle-aged woman's surname was also Enai and that her daughter was also married in Dam Village made Enai Tsuehua much more relaxed, and a little smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The 2 women chatted happily, soon divulging their life stories to each other. As it turned out, the middle-aged woman was named Enai Chengge, a native of Beijing who lived in the suburbs. Her husband died in a car accident many years ago, and she only had one daughter, Wang Chunhua, who unfortunately was married far away. This was the reason there was a lack of pride when she mentioned Su Nianwang. Big sister, life isn't easy for a single woman like us. Do you have a place to stay in Beijing? Enai Chengge asked as she looked at Enai Tsuehua. Being a woman without a husband, she knew the struggles of a single mother, especially one with 2 underage children. How was she going to get by in the future? Enai Tsuehua shook her head, showing a desolate look. Not yet. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Enai Chengge thought for a moment, then said, I live in the suburbs of Beijing, and my house is quite big. There's also some farmland, and apart from me, there's no one else. I have to take the subway to work in the city every day. If you trust me, you can stay at my place first, and we can talk about the rent once you are settled. There were 2 reasons why Enai Chengge made this offer. Firstly, since the death of her husband and the marriage of her daughter, her house had become cold and empty. She often experienced various illusions due to psychological reasons. Having someone else in the house would bring some warmth and companionship. Secondly, she could collect some rent. And these 3 were honest, had a clear background, and Enai Chengge would feel at ease with them staying. No one in the village would gossip. After all, these were 2 women. 2 birds with 1 stone. As she finished speaking, Enai Chengge, fearing that Enai Tsuehua and Enai Yang might think she was a fraud, immediately took out her work permit and introduction letter. Look, this is my work permit and introduction letter. Don't worry, big sister, I'm not a fraud. Enai Yang, who had seen all sorts of people in her previous lives, knew that Enai Chengge was not lying. So she laughed and said, since Aunt Enai has invited us so warmly, we would be rude to refuse. Enai Yang's original destination was the suburbs of Beijing. She couldn't afford a house in the city for now. And dealing with official matters in the city was not as convenient. Living in the suburbs was great, with convenient transportation and easy access to the city. Once she made money in the future, she would buy several houses in Beijing. She remembered that the price of houses in Beijing in the future would rise astronomically. From then on, Enai Tsuehua could just be a landlord. Her plan was to buy Enai Chengwe's house. If she wasn't willing to sell, then they would start off by renting it and look for suitable houses in the surrounding area later. Having a foothold was the most important thing. When she heard this, Enai Chengwe realized that the person who truly made the decisions here was Enai Yang. All right, then, it's settled. You and your mother can live at my place. If you find it suitable, you can stay longer. Her words were quite calculated, implying they could stay longer only if it was suitable. If it wasn't, they would have to leave. Whether it was suitable or not, of course, would be decided with money. All right, Yang nodded with a smile. The train sped along, arriving at Beijing Station around 8 in the evening. Chengray said, "It's too late now. Let's find an inn to stay in. We can set off tomorrow morning." Yang, who was holding Yun, nodded in agreement. "All right, well, do as you say." Chengray was familiar with the surroundings of Beijing. She took the three to an inn. When it came to paying at the reception, Yang insisted on paying for Chengwei's accommodation as well. After all, she and her mother and sister were going to live with Chengwei. Money makes the mare go. When Yang was the boss, she was adept at using money to win hearts. As expected, after Yang paid the money, Chengwei's smile became even warmer. Originally, she had been worried about whether these two would be able to pay the rent, but now it seemed there was no need to worry about that. The standard of inns in Beijing was much higher than in Tongcheng County, and they were a lot better equipped. Even a standard room was equipped with a black and white TV. "Yang, is this a TV?" Zuihua stood by the bed, looking surprised. Yang nodded, turned on the TV, and the screen immediately showed a scene. The people on the screen were dressed in traditional opera costumes, singing opera arias. City folks are really ingenious. So many people can fit in this little box. Are they performing Fairy Couple? I've heard it on the stage in our village. Then, Zuihua started humming to the tune on the TV. Chapter 21. Settle in Beijing _1. Seeing her mother like this, Yang chuckled and said, "When I start making money in the future, I'll definitely buy you a television." In this era, a black and white television costs around 500 yuan. Right now, her purse was thin, so she couldn't afford it yet. Zuihua immediately waved her hand. "We don't need that. It's too much of a waste of money. Yang, if we have money, I would rather send you to school than buy this useless thing. It can neither fill your belly nor keep you warm. What's the use?" Studying was the only chance for a rural person to rise above the masses. Yang smiled slightly and stopped talking. Zuihua continued, "You quickly teach me how to turn on this television." Yang taught Zuihua to switch on the television and change the channels. At this time, televisions didn't have remotes and all the buttons had to be manually pressed. Although Zuihua had never been to school, she was very smart. Yang taught her only once and she got it. That night, Zuihua sat on the bed and watched TV until late. Yang, on the other hand, went to sleep early. The next day, just as the sky was lightening, Chengge, who lived next door, came knocking at the door. "Yang, I'll take you all out for a special Beijing breakfast. We can set off after eating." Chengge was still dressed stylishly today. Compared to Zuihua and her daughter, they were worlds apart. However, even though Yang was dressed shabbily, standing in front of Chengge, she did not seem inferior at all. Usually clothes make the man, but in her case, it was just the opposite. Even in ragged clothes, the aura around her was not obscured. The four of them set off to have breakfast. At this time, Beijing still wasn't as prosperous as it became later, and the management wasn't as strict either. Many places were still undeveloped, and both sides of the road were lined with vendors selling breakfast. It was very lively. For breakfast, they had fried cakes and soybean milk, which tasted very authentic. After breakfast, the three adults and one child got on the trackless trolley and set off for Chengwei's home in the suburbs. The trackless trolley was similar to the modern-day bus, offering scheduled station stops. Although the traffic in Beijing at this time wasn't congested, the buses were still filled with people, almost standing toe-to-toe. After changing buses several times and traveling for nearly 2 hours, they finally reached Chengwei's home. The place was located on the northwestern edge of Beijing, bordered by Yanjiao province in the west and Wujin city in the east. Transportation was convenient and it only took half an hour to get to the city by trolley. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the city, this area was not much different from the countryside, except for its convenient transportation. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, people supported themselves by farming. Yang, Yang's mother, "This is my home, and Ai Chingui pointed to the four-courtyard house behind him. The four-courtyard house seemed quite old, with pink walls and gray tiles, and looked very quaint. "Chi, your house is really grand." And Ai Zuihua looked at the four-courtyard house in front of her, eyes full of astonishment. Previously, the Mu family was considered well-off in Dam Village, but they only had 5 brick houses. A fancy four-courtyard house like this must be worth quite a lot of money. When she saw the four-courtyard house, Ai Yang momentarily gave up her idea of buying a house. She only had 1,000 yuan on her, nowhere near enough to buy a four-courtyard house. She decided to think about the matter when she had some spare cash on hand. Ai Chingui responded with a faint smile, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. "What's the point of having a house when there's no one left?" Switching her tone, she added, "Let's go, I'll show you around." The courtyard was vast, and there were over a dozen rooms inside, wrapping around nearly 1,000 square meters. Ai Chingui pointed to the main house in the north and said, "I usually live on this side. You two figure out whether you want to live in the east, south, or west." Each side, including the kitchen and toilet, has 5 rooms. The rent is the same for each, 15 yuan a month. 15 yuan? So expensive. Ai Zuihua gasped. She knew Ai Yang had the 1,000 yuan given by Zhou Changjing, but they had already spent nearly 200 on their trip to Beijing. If they continued spending like this, not even 1,000 yuan, but even a pile of gold could be burned through. Yang, Ai Zuihua tugged at Ai Yang's sleeve. She had instinctively started to rely on Ai Yang to take the lead. "I have a plan," Ai Yang reassured her by patting her hand. 15 yuan was indeed relatively high, but from another perspective, 15 yuan for rent of 5 rooms, and that too, in Beijing, it did not seem too expensive. "Annie and they'll take the house. Let's pay a year's rent up front." Ai Yang took out 180 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Ai Chingui. Ai Chingui was astonished at how quickly Ai Yang agreed. She had assumed Ai Yang would bargain. After all, 180 yuan was no small amount. Who would ordinarily rent a house on the outskirts of town? To Ai Chingui, Ai Yang was akin to the god of wealth. This was essentially free money. "Okay," Ai Chingui chuckled as she received the money. "You two can start cleaning up your rooms. You can use everything in the east rooms. If you need anything, just let me know." Now that Ai Yang had been so straightforward, she couldn't be stingy. "Thank you, Auntie Ai." After expressing her gratitude, Ai Yang, with Ai Zuihua, entered the eastern rooms. The eastern rooms were clearly uninhabited for a long time, with all the furniture piled up under a layer of dust and a web of spider webs. Ai Zuihua first sorted out the bed for Ai Yun to sleep on and then began to clean up the room with Ai Yang. "Mom, you're still in postpartum confinement and can't touch cold water. I'll handle this." Women during this era were truly strong. Ai Zuihua had birthed 5 children, and not once did she go through postpartum confinement. The scenario would simply be unthinkable in modern times. It could potentially cause significant health issues. "I'm not made of glass," Ai Zuihua responded as she cleaned a table. "I've managed so far, haven't I? Also, I can't let you be the only one cleaning these 5 rooms. That would take ages." As a mother, Ai Zuihua already felt guilty about not being able to protect her daughters. She didn't want to be a burden now. Ai Yang could only let her have her way. The mother-daughter duo busied themselves all day, only having biscuits for lunch. By evening, they had managed to clean up all 5 rooms. The 5 rooms were interconnected. The middle one was the living room, 2 others were bedrooms for Ai Yang and Ai Zuihua, and then there was an empty room on the side. "You two are certainly hardworking. In less than a day, you've transformed this place." Ai Chingui arrived at the doorstep with a plate in her hands and said, smiling, "These are steamed buns I made. I brought them for you to try." Ai Yang, brimming with smiles, took the plate from her and said, "Thank you, Andian. Could you do me a favor tomorrow? Could you take me to the village committee? I need to file some paperwork." After moving from an outside enclave, they aimed to stay here for a long time. Naturally, they needed to notify the local leadership and fulfill necessary formalities to smooth out future cooperation. Having been a boss, Ai Yang knew well to pay attention to such details. "Sure, no problem, Enai Chingue replied, smiling. I'm scheduled for a day off tomorrow anyway. I can take you there. Thank you, Auntie Enai. Just then, Enai Zihua came out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. Chi, haven't had dinner yet, have you? We're having noodles tonight. Please join us. Chapter 22 got an idea? No need, no need. Enai Chingue repeatedly declined. I have already eaten. Have some more, these noodles are a speciality from our hometown, you can't find them out there. Saying that, Enai Zihua gave Enai Chingue a bowl of noodles. Then I want stand on ceremony. Enai Chingue didn't play coy, directly sitting down to eat the noodles. Truth be told, these noodles were very delicious, certainly more than 10 times better than those outside. Yang Yang's mom, your cooking skills are amazing. If you were to open a noodle restaurant, I'm sure it would do very well. Enai Chingue lavished her with praise. Speaking without a care, but the listener catching the hints, Enai Yang had some thoughts. In her past life, she was in the catering business. If they had the money to open a noodle restaurant with her mother as the little boss, that could also be a good option. Midway through the meal, Enai Zihua spoke again. Chingue, I was throwing away trash this afternoon and saw an open space outside the courtyard. Is it yours? It's mine. Enai Chingue nodded, just that it hasn't been cultivated for many years, now it's all barren. A glimmer of joy flashed in Enai Quihua's eyes. Chingue, do you think I could grow some vegetables on that piece of land? Of course, the land is just lying bare anyway. You can grow whatever you want on it. Besides that land, I have some farms in the village, you can use them too if you want. Enai Chingue was not stingy. Ever since she got a job in the city, no one had cultivated the fields at home. Chingue, you're a really good person. Enai Zihua said with a big smile on her face. If they hadn't ran into Enai Chingue on the train, it would not have been possible for the three of them to settle down in Beijing so easily. Enai Zihua couldn't stay idle. The next day, when Enai Yang followed Enai Chingue to the village town hall, she shouldered a hoe and started to reclaim the land in front of the courtyard, checking on her daughter every half an hour to see if she had woken up. Enai Yang had brought gifts with her to the town hall. Chinese people value reciprocity and the 3 points of laughter rule, so being a bit sweet-tongued and knowing how to use sugar-coated bullets never fails. How she managed to walk so successfully in her past life was because she knew how to handle people. Indeed, under Enai Yang's various savvy methods, the village chief was successfully won over. He graciously issued her a certificate, took her around the town hall, and announced that from now on, she would be a member of Jinghua village. And so, Enai Yang managed to successfully settle roots in Jinghua village. As Enai Chingue watched Enai Yang walking beside her, her eyes filled with surprise. She didn't expect Enai Yang not only to be beautiful, but also smart and skillful in handling affairs at such a young age, suggesting she would be a real disturber of peace when she got older. No wonder Enai Zihua listens to this daughter all the time. Mrs. Wang, long time no see, where have you been? An approaching villager wearing a straw hat curiously asked, as his eyes fell on Enai Yang. Who's this beautiful girl? I've never seen her before. Is she a relative of yours? Enai Chingue laughed. I went to visit Chunhua's family. This is my distant relative, Yang. She's currently living in our house with her mom and little sister. Yang, this is Auntie Wang. The first sentence was for Auntie Wang and the second one was for Enai Yang. Hello, Auntie Wang. Enai Yang greeted sweetly. Enai Yang was not only pretty, she also had a very sweet voice. Who wouldn't like such a well-behaved manner? After Auntie Wang's announcement, everyone knew that Enai Chingue's family had gained a beautiful little girl. Many people came over to visit, hence, everyone in the village slowly got acquainted with them. After Enai Zihua cleaned up the wasteland, she needed some vegetable seeds for sowing. The task of buying seeds naturally fell on Enai Yang. She took a trolley bus and went to the city. Actually, she could buy these vegetable seeds in the village, but Enai Yang had other things to do in the city. She wanted to see what could bring in money the fastest. She currently had 700 yuan on her, which was entirely inadequate for larger business projects. She could only start small and work her way up. Enai Yang's first stop was the agricultural market. Just like the vegetable markets of later times, The place was bustling with people negotiating prices. After procuring vegetable seeds, Yang went up to a meat stall, planning to cut 2 kilograms of pork to bring home. "Boss, how much is the pork per kilogram?" The butcher was a middle-aged man of about 200 pounds, sporting a full beard. At her question, he lazily looked up at Yang and replied, 2 yuan and 8 cents per kilogram. 2 yuan and 8 cents? Yang was somewhat shocked. Why is it so expensive? In later times, 2 yuan and 8 cents could only afford a lollipop. However, this was the 1980s. In the countryside, pork only cost 8 cents per kilogram. 2 yuan and 8 cents could buy a whole chicken. Even in Beijing, it seemed impossible for the price of meat to have increased almost threefold. Think it's expensive? The middle-aged man wore a look of disdain. If it's too costly, go buy fish. He could tell at one glance that she was from the countryside and didn't even expect her to actually purchase any meat. Yang didn't mind the butcher's attitude. She raised her eyebrows slightly and queried, "Fish? Are fish cheaper than meat?" Maybe because Yang was quite attractive, the butcher pointed towards a fish stand not far away. "There, a fish there costs 3 cents. It's certainly cheaper." Yang turned her eyes and indeed saw a fish stall in an inconspicuous corner. The stall was relatively small and none of the passersby stopped to look. Apparently, fish was not favored here. It made sense. In 1980s China, whether one could get enough to eat was an issue. Who would bother thinking about buying fish? Preparing fish would waste a good deal of oil. If not cooked right, it could emit a strong fishy smell, totally disgusting. It would be better to eat vegetables instead. Unlike pork, you could just stir-fry it in a pan and it would naturally produce oil. Apart from satisfying one's cravings, it could also provide some necessary fats for the body. The 1980s didn't offer as many ways to prepare fish as the future would. Dishes like stone pot fish, sour fish, boiling fish, water-boiled fish, grilled fish, squirrel fish, etc. were all ways of cooking fish in later times. Sour fish, in particular, became a trend in the early 1990s. Approaching the fish stall, Yang had a plan. She smiled and said, "Boss, give me 3 big-head carp and 3 squid." Seeing a potential transaction, the stall owner promptly stood up and cheerfully asked, "Young miss, do you want them gutted?" Yang nodded, "Yes, please. And if you could split the fish in half, that would be great." "All right." The boss efficiently prepared the fish with swift hand movements. The total cost for 6 fish was 1 yuan and 2 cents. The big head carp cost 3 cents each, while the squid were simply 1 cent each. After buying the fish, Yang purchased some anise and pickled vegetables. To facilitate her travels and future business plans, she resolved to invest more than 200 yuan to buy a Phoenix brand bicycle. Having a bike made commuting back to the village much more convenient. The thought of owning a vehicle thrilled her, and she hummed a merry tune all the way home. Upon reaching the village, a group of children chased after her bicycle, keenly interested in it. In this era, owning a bicycle was quite a rare thing, even more sought after than owning a car in later times. Consequently, rumors started circulating in the village. What professions were Zuihua and her daughter in? How did they have so much money? They could even afford a bicycle. Furthermore, there wasn't a man around them. And both mother and daughter were quite good-looking. Could they possibly be? The villagers thus became more wary of Zuihua and her daughter, fearing that their own men might be seduced by them. Chapter 23 Shameful Self-Employed Individual. Yang didn't care about what the village people were discussing. Her only focus was on having a good life and being true to herself. She parked her brand new bicycle in the yard and called out, "Mother, embark." Just as her words fell, Daoist, with an apron around her waist, came out from inside. When she saw the bicycle, her face changed. "Yang, did you buy this bicycle?" Yang nodded. "Yes, Mom, what do you think of this bike? Isn't it grand?" Daoist, somewhat agitated, walked over to Yang. "How could you buy such a big thing without discussing it with me first? Even though we have profitable business now, we can't just squander away like this. How are we supposed to make ends meet at this rate?" Kuihua's worries weren't unfounded. After paying the rent, They were left with a balance of only 700 yuan. The bike had to cost no less than 200 yuan. With Ni Yang's spending habits, even a mountain of gold would be exhausted. Ni Yang chuckled and hugged Ni Kuihua's arm. Rest assured, Mom, one won't spend money recklessly. I bought the bike to do business. Trust me, one know what I'm doing. It'll make sure you and my little sister live wealthy lives. At these words, Ni Kuihua's face softened a bit. She then asked, doing business? What business do you want to do? Is it appropriate for a young lady like you to go out and show herself in public? Mom, these are old beliefs. Even the chairman has said, men and women are equal now. Should one wait and watch our resources deplete? Ni Yang smiled and answered back. With a sigh, Anatsuehua said, I'm concerned that you'll be bullied outside. You're still a young girl. I talked to your Aunt Ning today. She has a few acres of land. Why don't we just peacefully farm the land and stop dreaming about the impossible? During this period, working for oneself was considered a lowly profession, especially for Ni Yang, who was a girl. If a girl spends too much time in public, it could harm her chances of finding a good marriage. Mom, one didn't bring you to Beijing to farm, said Ni Yang, her expression serious. You can stay at home and take care of my sister, and leave the issue of money to me. There's no need to worry. Ni Yang suddenly became serious, and even Ni Zihua, her mother, felt a sense of fear. Mom, rest assured, 111 make sure you and my sister have a good life. Believe in me. Ni Yang's voice softened, looking at Ni Zihua, her cat-like eyes filled with determination. Looking at her daughter, Ni Zihua inexplicably nodded. Okay, one trusts you. Having successfully persuaded her mother, Ni Yang revealed a dazzling smile and went to the bicycle to unload the supplies she had purchased that day. Ni Zihua took the fish from Ni Yang's hand, somewhat puzzled. Yang, this fish has such a strong smell. You bought so much, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it. Ni Yang smiled slightly, speaking mysteriously. Mom, we're going to become prosperous because of this fish. Ni Zihua looked puzzled. Become prosperous through fish? Fish was the least popular food. Was her daughter still feeling groggy? Ni Yang didn't explain further. She took one of the fish into the kitchen and placed the remaining 5 in the bamboo basket and hung it in the well. Refrigerators were available at that time, but the price was too high for ordinary people to afford. Hence, they made use of the low temperature in the well to preserve food. The preservation effect of the well was actually quite good, if somewhat troublesome. Ni Yang picked up the leftover black fish, chopped the head and bones into chunks for making soup in a casserole, and cut 2 large pieces of fish to get slices. Ni Yang, having experience in the catering industry from her previous life, had excellent knife skills. The fish slices she cut were just right in thickness and incredibly beautiful. After the fish slices are cut, they are put into a large bowl, seasoned with a spoonful of salt, minced ginger, chopped scallions, wine vinegar, and then marinated. Finally, 2 eggs are added, and a layer of starch is spread over the fish. The fish slices are now marinated and ready. Ni Yang washed a pickled cabbage that she bought today and cut it into chunks. Then, she prepared some minced ginger, minced garlic, and other spices, heated the wok, and when the oil reached high heat, she put in broad bean paste to fry out the red oil. Then, she added the spices, followed by the pickled cabbage. After several minutes of stir-frying, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. As the pickled cabbage became fragrant, Ni Yang immediately poured the prepared fish soup into the wok. The thick white fish soup looked incredibly nutritious. When the pickled cabbage fish soup in the wok began to boil, Ni Yang used chopsticks to pick up the fish slices and put them into the wok one by one. In the blend of sour fish and pickled cabbage, the mouth-watering aroma soon filled the courtyard. The sour and spicy flavor of the pickled cabbage fish soup was tantalizingly satisfying. Before serving, Ni Yang finely chopped cilantro and green onion and scattered it over the fish. Then she poured on hot rapeseed oil, creating a sizzling sound. The oil mixed with the scent of cilantro and green onion, creating a sour, appetizing, and extremely aromatic dish that made one's mouth water. Standing by the pot, Ni Zihua exclaimed, "Yang, what kind of fish is this? Boiled fish?" She was amazed. This was the first time she knew that fish could be cooked like this. The aroma was incredibly strong, even before they had started eating. If this is how it tasted, would she accidentally swallow her own tongue while eating? This is pickled cabbage fish. Mom, you should try it. Yang picked up a translucent piece of fish and handed it to Zihua. The fish was incredibly tender. As she bit into it, a sour and spicy flavor spread through her mouth. The fish was tasty and melted in the mouth, leaving her longing for the next bite. It had no trace of fishy smell and was irresistible. Eating such fish, one could easily consume 3 to 4 bowls of rice. Zihua had never tasted such delicious fish in her life, and she looked at Yang with surprise. "This fish tastes amazing," she exclaimed. She could hardly believe it was fish if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. Yang gave a slight smile. "If it's good, eat more." Zihua waved her hand. "I'll have more with you later. What else do you need to fry? I'll get the fire going for you." The rural area still used traditional stoves that needed firewood. Although it wasn't as convenient as gas, the meals cooked on it tasted far better. "Just stir-frying some green vegetables, then we can start eating," Yang said, placing the washed vegetables by the stove. They prepared 3 dishes for the evening: stir-fried green vegetables, pickled cabbage fish, and steamed egg custard. The egg custard was steamed in a rice cooker using the leftover egg yolk from making the pickled cabbage fish. After evenly mixing the egg yolk, she added some rice soup, soy sauce, sesame oil, salt, and steamed it. The resulting egg custard was incredibly delicious. For a mother and daughter, these 3 dishes were plenty. Sitting at the dining table, Zihua suggested, "Why don't we invite your Aunt Ning over? She's always taken good care of us, and I'm sure she's never tasted this pickled cabbage fish." "Sure." Yang went into the kitchen, added another set of tableware, and went to the north wing. Initially, Chengui refused because frequent freeloading was embarrassing during these straitened times. But she couldn't resist Yang's enthusiasm, so she came over, trying not to appear shamefaced. Yang, I'm so sorry. Look, here I am again freeloading," she said. Chapter 24 Start Doing Business. Zihua said with a smile, "You're being too polite. Have a seat. Try the sour fish that Yang cooked. This girl loves to experiment, have a taste and see if it's good." Although she called it an experiment, Quihua's eyes were filled with pride. How could she not be proud to have such a capable daughter like Yang? If it were not for Yang, she would probably still be struggling in Dam Village. The life she leads now is something she had never dared to dream of before. Sour fish. Curiosity sparkled in Chengui's eyes. "This is my first time trying this kind of fish. It smells delicious. I'm sure it tastes great too." "And I have a taste first." Yang used serving chopsticks to place a piece into Chengui's bowl. Chengui was not particularly fond of fish. Also, not all good-smelling food tasted as good. But it was hard to decline Yang's warm invitation, so she didn't refuse. Under Yang's expectant gaze, Chengui took a bite of the fish. Her expression went from indifferent to surprised. The fish was not only incredibly tender and fresh, but was also savory, sour, and spicy. It was simply delectable. "Yang, is this really fish? How come there's no fishy smell at all? It's so delicious." Chengui's eyes lighted up excitedly. She had never had such tasty fish before. She was even starting to question if this was really fish. Yang nodded slightly and explained, "This is squid. I marinated the slices in cooking wine before cooking, and combined it with pickled vegetables, which is why there's no fishy smell." "Yang, you're really amazing." Chengui turned to Zihua and laughed. "Yang's mother, you've really raised a good daughter. You're certainly in for a good life in the future." Zihua was all smiles. "This girl has been sensible since she was a kid. By the way, Yang, where did you learn to make this sour fish? I've never had it before." Chengui asked. With a calm expression, Yang replied without any hint of smugness from the praises, "I saw it in a cookbook." Chengui continued to ask, "What cookbook was it?" Yang replied, "One can't remember, it was so long ago. Sour fish seems to be a dish from Chongqing." And if you want to learn, I can teach you. Even though Yang was hoping to earn money from cooking sour fish, she had no intention of keeping the recipe a secret, especially since it wasn't her original creation. I was just asking, Chengui continued, with my job keeping me busy all day, where would I find the time to learn this? In fact, Chengui had been farming at home until 5 years ago. After her husband was killed in a car accident, the trolley company not only paid her a substantial compensation but also arranged a decent job for her with high pay and a light workload. By the way, since one live alone and only eat at home in the evenings, how about one start eating at your place from now on? Chengui continued, but don't worry, I'll pay for my meals. How about one give you 5 yuan per month for my meals? Given that Chengui had made such a proposal, it would clearly be inappropriate to refuse. Yang laughed and said, you're welcome to come over anytime, not just for dinner. We live together, we should be like family. There's no need to talk about money. Courtesies were important. It was the basis for social interaction. If you can't even utter flattery, you'll end up being taken advantage of in society. Although Chengui knew Yang's words were merely pleasantries, she was still very happy. Smiling, she said, I should still pay. How could I have the nerve to eat here without contributing? So let's start from today. I'll prepay this month's fee. With that, Chengui took out a note from her pocket and placed it on the table. Tsuehua repeatedly declined. Chengui, let's not worry about today's meal. If you plan to eat here, let's start from tomorrow. Okay, Chengui didn't refuse any further, focusing on her fish. That's settled then. After the meal, Chengui said, Yang, your sour fish is really tasty. Can you cook it again tomorrow night? I'm telling you, there's a river east of our village teeming with fish and shrimp. People don't usually catch them because the fish don't taste good. If you're free, you could bring a fishing rod and likely catch some big fish. Yang nodded. Okay, since you like it, I'll cook sour fish again tomorrow night. At the same time, Yang received important information. The river to the east had lots of fish. If she could cook sour fish using these wild river fish, it would surely taste better than the bought ones. Yang's eyes darted around. She had a new idea. At night, everyone was asleep, but Yang was still busy in the kitchen. She turned all the remaining 5 fish into sour fish, brewed a pot full of soup. The enticing aroma filled the room. After the soup was ready, she transferred all of it into a new large iron bucket. The iron bucket, complete with a lid, was one she had just bought that day. After all that, Yang prepared a large jar of secret chili oil, then diced green onions, garlic, and cilantro and put them into enamel cups, ready to bring along the next day. These preparations were for setting up a stall the next day. However, she didn't plan to sell sour fish, but sour fish noodle soup instead. While sour fish was a dish, when combined with noodles, it became a main course. Not only could one taste the flavor of sour fish, one would also feel full. Considering most people in this era had never tasted sour fish before, she felt confident that her sour fish noodle soup would certainly be a hit. With experience from her previous life backing her up, Yang was full of confidence. As for where to set up the stall, she had scouted out a location with the most foot traffic, the morning market. There were many stalls in the morning market, which meant fierce competition. But as long as the food was delicious and the skill was good, there would be no shortage of customers. Yang stayed awake until midnight before going to bed. She got up before dawn the next day. After making breakfast and eating a few steamed buns, she hopped on her bike and set off. By the time she reached the food street, it was just after 6 in the morning, breakfast time. The food street was filled with the aroma of various deep-fried foods and the scent of steamed buns. Yang first set up tables and chairs, lit the coal stove, then placed the large iron bucket on it. Soon, the alluring scent wafted from the bucket. Yang had bought some small tables and chairs from the city yesterday. As it was not convenient to carry them back and forth, she had negotiated with the shop owner to leave these items at the shop for a monthly rental fee of 1 yuan. The street was crowded with passers-by. However, when they saw the sign that read, sour fish noodle soup, next to Yang, they lost their appetite. What's so great about fish? Observing her stall being void of customers for half an hour, Ni Yang grew anxious. She rubbed her temples and had a sudden brainwave. She had a solution. Ni Yang's eyes twinkled with a smile. She walked into a grocery store nearby and came back with 10 small cups in her hands. Chapter 25 Sell Short. _1 Ni Yang blanched a handful of noodles in fish soup and served them into 10 cups, sprinkled them with cilantro, chopped green onion and minced garlic, before pouring the final touch of soup over them. Thus, 10 petite servings of sour fish noodle soup were completed. Though small, the servings had a full spectrum of colors, scents, and flavors. Ni Yang held a tray with 10 servings of noodles and started soliciting passers-by loudly. Come, step right up, free noodles for tasting, it's all free. Upon hearing the word free, a middle-aged woman immediately paused and asked, Are you really giving these away for free? Ni Yang nodded and handed her a cup. Yes, ma'am, please judge if it tastes good or not. This cup of noodles doesn't cost you a penny. If you like it, you can sit down and have a bowl of it at only 3 cents per bowl. If you don't like it, you can simply leave without any obligation. After all, 1 a.m. a young girl standing before so many people. Do you think I could swindle you? The middle-aged woman suspiciously took a sip from the cup while multiple people had already gathered around to watch. In this era, promotional strategies were scarce, much more so the free food samples, thus attracting numerous onlookers. However, these onlookers only watched the first-to-act middle-aged woman, without accepting the cup noodles from Ni Yang, fearing it to be a scam. After finishing the soup, the middle-aged woman wore an incredibly baffled expression. The surrounding crowd was filled with curiosity. With an amiable grin, Ni Yang asked, So ma'am, how would you rate the taste? The woman took a bite of noodles without answering, carefully chewing and then looked at Ni Yang incredulously. This is absolutely delicious. Missy, how did you prepare this fish soup? The noodles, imbued with the tangy, spicy and savory flavor of the pickled cabbage fish soup, were incredibly appetizing and left people craving for the next bite. There was no fishy taste at all. If it weren't for the fish fillet floating on the soup, who could believe these were fish soup noodles? Exactly. Ni Yang nodded. Ma'am, would you like a bowl? Yes. The middle-aged woman replied excitedly and picked a place to sit down. Missy, hurry up and bring me a bowl. The middle-aged woman was originally going to have breakfast. She had been eating here for 3 or 4 years, but had never tasted such delicious noodles. She couldn't wait to have a bowl right away. Sure, ma'am, please wait for a moment. Ni Yang acknowledged the request. Having observed the reaction of the middle-aged woman, the onlookers started clamoring for a free cup of noodles themselves. They were simply too curious. Were the noodles indeed that delicious? Ni Yang rapidly handed out the remaining 9 cups of noodles to the others. However, many others had not gotten a share. She apologized. I'm sorry, I have got no free samples left for today. If you would like to eat, it's 3 cents per large bowl. Others who had tasted the cup noodles were cheered and exclaimed, Missy, bring me a bowl. Me too. I have never tasted such delicious noodles. H2 similar comments increased, intriguing those who had yet to taste the free sample. I also want a bowl. In no time, all 3 tables were full, leaving many others standing while eating their noodles. In just 4 hours, 2 big pots of pickled cabbage fish soup were sold out, leaving many still waiting for their turn, expressing great regret. Ni Yang explained with a smile, Our pickled fish noodles are served with limited availability. About 200 servings a day. If you want to eat, you can come over a bit earlier tomorrow, the location is still the same. This was a hunger marketing strategy, creating an inadequate supply phenomenon to maintain product prices and profit margins. She believes there will be more people coming tomorrow morning. Ni Yang packed up the tables and chairs and returned them to the neighboring stores. The shop owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Watching Ni Yang return the tables and chairs, he asked with a chirpy smile, Yang, how's business? Ni Yang glanced up, a small smile playing on her lips. It went fairly well. She always wore a smile when facing people and dealt with things tactfully. These were the life lessons Ni Yang learned from her previous life. The shop owner thought Ni Yang was being elusive because she had encountered setbacks on her first day of business. After all, she was just a teenage girl. What kind of business could she do? She was more likely to make losses. The shop owner immediately tried to comfort her. Yang, you can't rush a business. You have to take things slow, keep going at it. As the old saying goes, after persistence, the moon will appear through a parting sky. Look at my small shop. Despite doing pretty well now, things were very bleak a few years ago. I was on the brink of shutting it down, but now aren't all troubles past, and everything is sweet? Ni Yang set down the tables and chairs. You're right. Seeing Ni Yang remain so calm and unperturbed, not complaining at all, the shop owner became even more curious. Normally people would complain a bit after facing setbacks, but Ni Yang seemed to be taking it quite cheerfully. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked again, Yang, how many bowls of noodles did you sell this morning? She replied, they're all sold out. Ni Yang carefully placed the stove in a non-obstructive place, speaking lightly. So, all of them were sold? The shop owner's expression became instantly astonished. Yang, are you kidding me? When he saw the two big iron pots, he estimated that they could contain hundreds of bowls of soup. Surely, they couldn't have all been sold. This young girl was probably too worried about losing face, so she was boasting. If it had all been sold, wouldn't she have been over the moon with joy? How could she be so calm and composed? Ni Yang continued, I'm not joking with you. They are really all sold out. I'm just packing my things to go home. The shop owner thought Ni Yang was just bluffing and he laughed and said, since they've all sold out, you should go home now. Don't worry your family. In my opinion, it's better for girls to study more. He believed that a well-read woman would make a good match and that would be a satisfactory life. Well, 111 be going then, Uncle Lu. Goodbye. After putting everything away, Ni Yang said goodbye to the shop owner. Shop owner Lu watched Ni Yang's figure retreating into the distance and shook his head helplessly. The kids these days have too much vanity. Not selling the noodles is not a big deal, but pretending to have sold out all. Did she think he was too old to know better? Instead of returning home directly, Ni Yang rode her bicycle to the agricultural market where she bought 8 fish. She also bought some fishing gear, along with some fruits and vegetables, adding to the list, kelp and pig's feet. By the time she reached home, it was a little past 11 in the morning. Yang is back. How was your business? How many did you sell? Ni Kuiwa asked excitedly upon seeing Ni Yang's return. Clearly, she had been waiting anxiously at the door for a long time. Ni Yang handed over the fruits and vegetables she bought to Ni Kuiwa, laughing, Mom, with your daughter being so capable, how could the business not be good? Of course, they were all sold. All sold out. Ni Kuiwa opened her mouth wide in excitement and disbelief. Yang, you're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? If they had agreed on a price of 3 cents per bowl the night before, how much money would they have earned if everything was sold? I didn't lie to you, Mom. They were all really sold out. Ni Yang unloaded the pots from the back of her bicycle, lifted the lid, and said with a smile, Look, it's completely empty. Chapter 26 Picking Snails. Saving people. Seeing the empty large iron bucket, Ni Kuiwa finally realized that her daughter wasn't lying. She opened her mouth wide in astonishment. How much are we going to earn? She knew that her daughter's sour fish was delicious, but she didn't expect it to be so popular. Ni Yang was unfazed. It's only a few dozen yuan, Mom. Let's go inside. I'm so hungry. Ni Kuiwa took the produce from Ni Yang's hands. Let's go, meal is ready. Hurry and let's eat. Lunch was 2 dishes and a soup. 1 stir-fried green vegetables, 1 braised pork, and a tomato and egg soup. Ni Kuiwa's culinary skills were quite good. Ni Yang finished a large bowl of white rice with the soup. Yang, eat more meat. Eating meat will help you grow taller. Ni Kuiwa kept adding meat to her daughter's bowl. Thank you, Ma. You eat too. Ni Yang also added a piece of meat to Ni Kuiwa's bowl. After finishing the meal, Ni Yang counted the money she made from selling noodles in the morning. It totaled out to be 76 yuan and some change, which meant that she had sold almost 256 bowls of noodles. And Ai Tsuehua had never knew that you could make so much money in just one morning. She immediately said, Yang Yang, do you need mom's help tomorrow morning? And Ai Yang gave the money to Ai Tsuehua and smiled, No need, Mom. One can handle it on my own. You just need to take good care of little sister at home. And Ai Tsuehua put the money away, feeling a sense of astonishment. I didn't know how easy it is to earn money in the city. Your dad and grandma would surely turn green with regret if they knew how good you are at making money now. The Mu family used to live frugally, and they couldn't even save 100 yuan over a year. But Ai Yang earned over 70 yuan in just one morning. And Ai Tsuehua, a woman from deep inside the mountains, didn't know much. She thought that city money was easy to earn, unaware of how much hard work and sweat Ai Yang had put into it. Ai Yang maintained her composure and immediately corrected her mother's incorrect notions. It's not about city money being easy to earn. It's about finding the right method. If it was someone else, they might not necessarily make money. Lots of people lose money in business right now. Ai Tsuehua nodded in confusion. Ai Yang picked up her purchased fishing gear and continued, Mom, I'm going to make a round by the river. All right, your aunt Ai told me the river is quite deep. I'll go with you. Ai Tsuehua knew that she was going to fish and was a bit worried. Ai Yang chuckled, It's okay, Mom. You don't need to go. One know how to swim. Just stay at home and rest. To the east of Jinghua village, there was a long river. During this era, there weren't any factories yet, so the river water was very clear, and occasionally you could see a few children herding cows by the riverbank. It was the busy farming season, and people were hard at work in the fields everywhere. Did you see that? That's Ai Chenggui's relative. I heard her name is Yang Yang. The one who bought the bicycle? Yes, that's her. My gosh. She even bought a bicycle. I have no idea where the young widow and her daughter got the money from. Idle chatter began to increase throughout the fields. Ai Yang didn't concern herself with the gossip. She carried on, believing that the rumors would be self-defeating one day. Her most important task right now was to earn money. To earn a lot of money. As long as she had money, she could ensure a good life for her mom and sister. Ai Yang quickened her pace towards the river bank. The river wasn't very deep, and in the shallow parts you could see a lot of snails and river clams. Ai Yang rolled up her trouser legs, put the fishing basket into the deep water, then began to pick up clams and snails from the riverbank with a plastic basin. During this era, people were not fond of clams and snails because they smelled musty if not properly prepared. Moreover, everyone was busy farming, who had the time to explore new dishes. Within a short while, Ai Yang had collected a basin full of river clams and snails. Young lady, why are you collecting so many snails? A woman in her 50s or 60s said, coming up to the riverbank. She was wearing a towel on her head and holding a little child by her hand, a bright child with large, round eyes, staring curiously at Ai Yang. Ai Yang laughed and said, I'll pick them up and stir-fry, adding some green onion, ginger, garlic, and chili. It'll be fragrant. Auntie, would you like to pick some with me? The aunt frowned deeply. You're a big girl from out of town, aren't you? These things are fishy and hard to eat. We usually use them to feed ducks. No sooner had she finished speaking than the child she was leading by the hand started to convulse all over, foam at the mouth, and fell to the ground in less than 10 seconds. It was as if he was possessed. All of this happened so fast, the aunt obviously had never seen anything like this before and was scared to her knees, not knowing what to do. Go bao. What's wrong with you? Go bao, she said, about to pick up the child and run home. Ai Yang immediately dropped the basin in her hand and ran to the shore to stop the aunt's actions. Auntie, my family's been practicing traditional Chinese medicine for generations. Quickly hand the child over to me. You, the aunt looked at Ai Yang with some hesitation, her eyes red. In the aunt's eyes, Ai Yang was nothing more than a young girl. The aunt didn't believe her, nor dared to trust her. The child in her arms was the lifeblood of her daughter's entire family. If something were to happen to him, she wouldn't be able to live either. Auntie, you can trust me with the child. If we delay any longer, he might not make it. Ai Yang said seriously, with no intention of joking. The aunt was still very hesitant and shouted loudly, Help! Someone help quickly! Help save a life. There were many people working in the fields. When they heard the ant's call, many people came. What's going on here? Isn't this child from Maifeng's family? Is he possessed? The crowd was buzzing, guessing the cause of the child's illness. Yang couldn't care less at that moment. She snatched the child from the ant's arms, laid him on his side on the ground, pried open his mouth, and then without hesitation, put her hand into the child's mouth. The child immediately bit down hard on Yang's hand. She squeezed her brows and broke out in a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. The onlookers watched Yang, pointing fingers. What does this little girl know? What if she causes someone's death? Auntie Chin, stop her quickly. Don't you want Guobao to live? This little girl really doesn't know her place. Just as the crowd was about to step forward and interfere, an experienced old man immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. Guobao is having an epileptic seizure. This girl is trying to save him. If not handled well, this disease could be fatal. You people need to back off. Don't get in the way of her trying to save someone." When the crowd heard this, they immediately retreated a bit, fearing trouble might find them, whispering among themselves. Yang looked up and gratefully glanced at the old man who had spoken. The old man was wearing reading glasses and a white vest, exuding a scholarly aura, not like an ordinary farmer at all, but more like someone who had retired to the countryside. The child was still convulsing nonstop, and the aunt started to cry in a low voice. "Guobao, you cannot let anything happen to you. What will I do if you are gone?" Yang, while performing emergency measures, said, "Auntie, quickly unbutton Guobao's shirt." All right. The aunt then snapped back to reality, her hands trembling as she undid the child's buttons. During that time, the child's eyes were tightly shut, his face looked deathly pale, he slowly stopped convulsing, his breathing became slower and slower, there was almost no sign of life in him. The whispering on the side started up again. Can this girl really do it? It's been so long and still no response. Could it be that Guobao is gone? As soon as the aunt heard this, she panicked immediately. Her hands went around Yang's neck, shaking Yang. She said in an emotional tone, "If anything happens to my Guobao today, one will fight you to the death with my own life." Chapter 27 Jealousy. If it were not for Yang's interference, she would already be taking Guobao to the clinic now. How could it be delayed till now? Yang glanced up at the elderly woman, soothing her with a warm voice. "Don't worry, Guobao is okay. He'll wake up soon." No sooner had Yang's words dropped when the child's consciousness began to gradually recover and his face turned ruddy. Yang pulled back her hand, then took out a tissue she was carrying and carefully wiped off the froth from the child's mouth. Upon seeing this, the crowd displayed varied expressions. No one had imagined that Yang really had some skills. The crowd, which had been enjoying the spectacle, quietened down abruptly. "Just a fluke." A sarcastic voice rang out from the crowd. The speaker was a young girl named Wang Hongxiu, about 16 or 17 years old. She was pretty attractive with her clear eyes and was considered a belle in the village. Before Yang arrived, she was the prettiest woman in Jinghua village. But since Yang showed up, Yang was more beautiful than her, wealthier than her, and all the attention of the village was on Yang. Her limelight was wholly stolen. She naturally had a grudge against Yang. A lot of unfavorable rumors emanated from Wang Hongxiu. Once she spoke, others immediately nodded and echoed it. Nothing but a teenager, what could she possibly know? They, with their wealth of life experience, couldn't possibly be outdone by a kid, could they? Yang was not concerned with all these, she only cared that Guobao was safe. She helped the child sit up, and only then did the elderly woman notice the bloody bite marks on Yang's hand which Guobao had made. The old lady spoke nervously, "Dear girl, you're not hurt, are you? We agreed beforehand that you voluntarily put your hand in Guobao's mouth, one didn't force you. Some things must be clarified. Yang was a foreigner. Why is she helping her grandson out of the blue? There must be something she wants." The old woman feared being conned. "No worries," Yang said lightly with a smile. "It's no big deal. You don't have to worry about it." The old woman sighed with relief. She thought that Ni Yang would make a big deal out of it. After all, getting bitten by someone was no small matter. She asked again, "So, is Guobao all right now?" Ni Yang nodded. "Yes, he's all right for now." Although he was fine at the moment, without proper treatment, the illness would surely relapse in the future. Just as she finished speaking, the child in her arms suddenly opened his eyes. He first looked at the old woman, then at Ni Yang, asking in confusion, "Grandma, what happened to me?" During an epileptic seizure, one experiences temporary memory loss. The child was suffering from epilepsy, commonly referred to as madness disease, causing a loss of consciousness, convulsions, and frothing at the mouth during an episode. Ni Yang had earlier put her hand in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue, unbuttoned his shirt, and lifted his lower jaw to prevent suffocation. These were the basic emergency measures during an epilepsy attack. Confronted with the child's question, the old woman was at a loss for words. Ni Yang smiled and patted the child's head. "You're fine. We just played a game." His gaze drifted on to Ni Yang's hand, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Sister, what happened to your hand?" Ni Yang raised her left hand, her eyes smiling as she casually replied, "One accidentally hurt myself. You should get up quickly. The ground is so dirty." Picking himself up and dusting off his behind, the child introduces himself, "Sister, I'm Yang Guobao, 7 years old. This is my grandma. Thank you for your help today." Yang Guobao's epilepsy was congenital. He was always painfully aware of his condition, and because of his disease, the other kids in the courtyard were unwilling to play with him. So, his mother had brought him to the countryside for a change of atmosphere. It seems his illness has flared up again. His sister probably hid his illness from him to spare his feelings, though in reality he knew everything. A skeptic sauntered over, scrutinized Yang Guobao up and down, and asked with trace of suspicion, "Guobao, are you really okay?" One moment he looks on the brink of death, and the next he's fine. Yang Guobao nodded his head and turned in a small circle in place. "I'm really fine." The crowd watched Yang Guobao, all of them remarking in amazement. The elderly woman looked gratefully at Ni Yang. "My dear, one can't thank you enough. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." "There's no need for thanks, it was a simple thing to do." Ni Yang replied indifferently. Given the chance to live again, Ni Yang valued life more than anyone else, not only her own but also those of others. Yang Guobao looked at Ni Yang, his big eyes filled with curiosity. "Sister, what's your name?" He really liked this beautiful sister. She was like a fairy. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very kind-hearted. Ni Yang smiled slightly. "My name is Ni Yang." "Li Yen." Yang Guobao cocked his cute little head to one side. "Is Yen the Yen of beautiful?" "No, it's Ni Yang. Ni from the beginning of the phrase in the beginning, and Yang from the phrase fire and smoke. When Ni Yang was born, it was mealtime and every household's chimney was emitting smoke, so Mu Jinbao named her Ni Yang. It was fortunate that she was born at mealtime, otherwise she might have been given a name representing the era such as Changjing, Red Soldier, Chuanxiang, Chunhua, etc. "Sister, can one be your friend?" Yang Guobao took Ni Yang's hand and asked hopefully. "Of course." Ni Yang nodded, smiling. "Guobao, let's go play together." At that moment, 2 children ran out from the audience. Immediately, adults grabbed their hands and warned them in a low voice, "Don't play with him in the future. His illness might be contagious, and whose fault will it be if he dies? Let's keep our distance from such people." At the words, Ni Yang frowned slightly, but Yang Guobao's face remained calm. It was clear that he had experienced this sort of thing repeatedly and had grown accustomed to it. Ni Yang looked up, about to say something, but Yang Guobao tugged at her hand and reassured her, "Sister, I'm fine." He couldn't allow his sister to offend the villagers on his account. Although Yang Guobao was young, he was very considerate. Wang Hongxia's face turned dark with frustration. She didn't expect Ni Yang to cozy up to Yang Guobao so quickly. As far as she knew, Yang Guobao came from the city and his family was very affluent. His father was a well-known prominent figure in Beijing, and his mother was a university graduate. Yang Guobao came to the countryside to recuperate. These country bumpkins didn't know Yang Guobao's true identity and didn't allow their children to play with him. If they knew his true identity, they might live to regret it. She had wanted to get closer to Yang Guobao for a while, but never found the opportunity, and now this foreigner, Ni Yang, had beaten her to it. Thinking this, Wang Hongxia's face twisted in jealousy, forgetting how she had avoided Yang Tianbao like a plague when his illness had started just a while ago. The elderly woman led Yang Guobao away, speaking to Ni Yang, "My dear girl, I cannot thank you enough for today. I'll take Guobao home now." Yang Guobao had just woken up, and the old lady was a little worried. She planned to ask her daughter what was really going on when she got home. She never knew that her grandson had such an illness. Ni Yang looked up slightly. "All right, you can just call me Yang Yang from now on. By the way, I'll give you a prescription. Get the traditional Chinese medicine according to this prescription. Give it to Guobao for 3 months, and his condition can be completely cured." Chapter 28. Do not make friends with those with inscrutable intentions. _1 Ni Yang wanted to scribble a prescription for the old woman, but after patting her pocket, she realized that she didn't have any pen or paper. Suddenly, she remembered that she was no longer the same Ni Yang who always had a pen and a paper at hand. Ni Yang gave a faint smile and continued, "Why don't you come to my house to get it, grandmother? I've just moved in over there." As the only outsider in Jinghua village, it wouldn't be difficult for anyone to find her. All right. The old woman quickly nodded. 111 come later. Thank you so much, Yang. We'll be going now. Guobao, say goodbye to your sister. Goodbye, sister. Yang Guobao waved to her. Goodbye. Ni Yang took her leave with a bright smile in her eyes. Once Yang Guobao left, the onlookers dispersed. However, when they looked at Ni Yang again, they had a distinctly different impression of her. After all, she remained calm and composed during a dangerous situation, even managing to save Yang Guobao. She did something that not many adults would be capable of doing. Consequently, Ni Yang had a new label in the hearts of the people. This girl isn't simple. After everyone else had left, Wang Xiuhong was still standing there. She thought for a moment, then walked over to Ni Yang and smiled. "Sister Ni Yang, my name is Wang Xiuhong. I live not far from here. Can we be friends?" Given the present circumstances, she could only try to befriend Ni Yang. Only by infiltrating the enemy's ranks could she effectively control and suppress them. Wang Xiuhong was no fool. Ni Yang smiled lightly and looked up. "Sorry, no." Wang Xiuhong was taken aback. She hadn't expected Ni Yang to reject her outright. At that moment, her face darkened. She had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, yet Ni Yang wasn't taking the hint. She must be from a small place. She lacks discernment. "Why?" Wang Xiuhong asked. Ni Yang's expression was serene as she replied candidly, "Because I don't befriend people with ulterior motives." She had been aware of Xiuhong for a while and was naturally aware that Wang Xiuhong didn't have good intentions. She refused to waste her time on such people. Ulterior motives? Being so openly confronted, Wang Xiuhong started trembling with anger and slapped Ni Yang. "You ill-mannered brat. Since your mother didn't teach you how to behave, allow me." With her striking looks and a group of young boys fawning over her, Wang Xiuhong was like a petty tyrant in Jinghua village. Kids would make sure to respectfully address her as Sister Xiuhong. Who would dare to offend her? Running into a brick wall with Ni Yang today naturally left her with a bad taste in her mouth. Since her sweet words were falling on deaf ears, she had no choice but to resort to violence. Ni Yang caught Wang Xiuhong's swinging wrist in an instant, her voice ice cold. "Apologize." It may have appeared that Ni Yang simply caught Wang Xiuhong's wrist effortlessly, but the actual force she exerted was something only Wang Xiuhong could comprehend. She was in so much pain that her face contorted. "You little wretch. Let go of me." Ni Yang's expression chilled further. "Apologize. Let go of me, you wretch." Wang Xiuhong struggled violently. The more Wang Xiuhong struggled, the harder Ni Yang's grip became, until finally, she started crying out due to the intense pain. Ni Yang's face remained expressionless, her red lips tightly pursed. She emitted an oppressive aura that left Wang Xiuhong flabbergasted. She had initially thought that Yang was simply a piece of soft clay to be molded as she pleased, but never expected Yang to be such a tough nut to crack. Apologize. Yang repeated, her voice frosty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Xiahong's voice wavered with her sobs. Are you willing to submit? Yang asked as she looked down at her. Wang Xiahong bit her lip hard, nodded reluctance and conceded, I yield. Louder. Yang demanded, her eyes coldly piercing. I yield. Wang Xiahong bit her lip, raising her voice, her face a mask of humiliation. Louder. Yang commanded, narrowing her eyes slightly. Wang Xiahong took a deep breath and shouted out loud, I yield. One yield. Yang smiled contentedly, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. She never asked for trouble, but if trouble was forced upon her, she would never back down. If she didn't deal with Wang Xiahong this time, Wang Xiahong would doubt whether Yang was as soft as she looked and could be easily preyed upon. No matter the era, the rules of survival remain the same. Survival of the fittest. The weaker you appear, the more audacious your enemies become. Those like Wang Xiahong, they should be met with force. I've apologized already, now let me go, Wang Xiahong pleaded, her eyes red and swollen. But Yang had no intention of letting her go. Smiling, she asked, Are you angry? Her face was calm and composed as she added, I love seeing you getting angry at me and unable to fight back. With that, she roughly let go, causing Wang Xiahong to tumble back off balance. Stumbling, Wang Xiahong fell onto the ground, an ominous look filling her downcast eyes. Yang dusted off her hands, If you provoke me again, consider the consequences. As she spoke, she purposely snapped off a tree branch. Watching this, Wang Xiahong broke out in cold sweat. Just you wait, my little cousin. You dare humiliate me like this? I will make you pay dearly for it. Watching Yang walk away, Wang Xiahong tightly bit her lip, fury burning in her eyes. Yang carried the collected river snails into the village, greeting the villagers with a smile whenever she passed by them. Who wouldn't like a sweet-tongued, good-looking girl? Once home, Yang drew a bucket of well water to keep the collected snails and clams, adding a few drops of vegetable oil on the water surface to make the snails spit out sand and grit faster. Xiahua came out of the house, curiously asking, Yang, what are you doing? Where did you get all these river snails? Yang stood up, smiling cheerily, Mom, the well water is very cold, you better stay away from it and go back inside to rest. One just brought back these river snails, planning to stir-fry them tonight. You can eat river snails? Xiahua asked, somewhat surprised. Yang nodded, of course you can. It's a delicacy. She had brought back big river snails that had yielded a lot of meat, and if cooked right, they wouldn't taste worse than pork. Over the past few days, Yang had introduced many new things to Xiahua, who accepted them without questioning further and dragged Yang into the kitchen. Yang, I've already cut up the fish for you. Come and see if it's all right? Xiahua wanted to help her daughter and had sliced several fishes into thin pieces. The pieces of fish were placed in white porcelain bowls, making a total of 20 big bowls. The fish bones and heads were already being stewed in a pot, the soup a milky white, and the air filled with a delicious aroma. Mom, Yang looked at Xiahua and said seriously, you don't need to do all these. One can handle it. You haven't fully recovered yet. It's more important to rest and recuperate. It's fine, Xiahua laughed it off. I'm not that delicate. If we were still in Dam Village, one would be working in the fields by now. What's a little fish cutting? Compared with her previous life, Xiahua felt that her current life was happier than a life in paradise. Who would have dared to dream of such a life a month ago? Chapter 29 Beauty Ingredients. Yang looked at Xiahua, her eyes suddenly feeling a bit sour. If only she had been braver in her previous life and escaped from that cage earlier, her mother wouldn't have had to suffer so much, even losing her life. Regrettably, her awakening came too late. She also found her strength too late. Even though she eventually became a billionaire, she never found real happiness. On the screen, she was the glamorous boss but But no one ever knew just how much she had given up to earn that title of boss and I. Actually, the old bachelor didn't die of illness. It was she who killed him with her own hands. In order to murder that old bachelor, she planned it for a whole 10 years. This delayed her prime years by a full decade. These 10 years of experience left a heavy shadow in her heart. Even after becoming boss and I, she couldn't get close to a man, lost faith in love, and even began to fear men. For the next 30 years, she lived alone until her accidental death. After escaping from the village, she worked in a factory, served as a waitress, and finally met a couple who practiced traditional Chinese medicine and had lost their only child. The couple, seeing that she was pitiful, took her in as their adopted daughter. They taught her the medical skills she had. Later, she worked part-time whilst attending university. Then she managed to own her own store. Then her business grew and she became Beijing's wealthiest person, a well-known entrepreneur, frequently appearing on TV screens and financial newspapers. She became boss and I, but didn't obtain everything she wanted. This time around, she was determined to live a more brilliant life. Everything she hadn't had in her previous life, she vowed to have this time. Family, friendships, love. For a moment, Enai Yang's eyes felt a bit sour. Seeing this, Enai Zuihua was panicked and grabbed Enai Yang's hand. Yang, Mom is really fine. Don't all the women in our village go through this? It really doesn't matter if I sit the month or not. Enai Yang was only 16 after all, and Enai Zuihua wouldn't bear to see all the burdens fall on her shoulders alone. Enai Zuihua looked at Enai Yang, her eyes full of concern. She must have accumulated a lot of blessings in her past lives to have a good daughter like Enai Yang. Enai Yang recovered, wiped her eyes, and said, Mom, the body is yours. If you don't want to sit the month, I won't force you. But you need to remember, don't touch anything cold. Just leave the housework to me. After you've finished sitting the month, you can work as much as you want. Having been a traditional Chinese doctor in her past life, Enai Yang naturally knew how important postpartum care was for a woman. But since her mother didn't want to stay in bed, she wouldn't force her. She would just take extra care with her mother's diet. Enai Zuihua nodded. Okay, you'll listen to Yang. Then go back to your room and see your sister. Enai Yang pushed Enai Zuihua towards the house. There's not much work here, just leave it to me. Having no other choice, Enai Zuihua returned to her room. Enai Yang started cooking pickled cabbage fish soup for tomorrow morning's breakfast in the kitchen. Today, Enai Yang added pig's trotters to the fish soup, resulting in a white and richly flavored soup that was incredibly delicious. People in this era, due to their meager diets, loved fatty meat. No one bought bones, allowing Enai Yang to purchase 10 kilograms of bones for only 3 yuan. After cooking the soup, Enai Yang carried a plastic bucket to the river. It was already past 5 at this point. The sun was gradually setting. The golden sunset reflected on the river, like an exquisite natural oil painting. Even the clear water of the lake seemed lively, filled with texture. It seemed like a fairyland on earth. The remaining sun shone on the water. Half of the river was calm, half of the river was painted red. There were a few shirtless little boys playing and bathing by the river. A few water buffaloes were leisurely grazing near the river. Everything seemed exceptionally serene and harmonious, a kind of contentment that was lost in the later generations. Enai Yang walked to the river, rolled up her trouser legs, took off her shoes, and headed in the direction where she had set her fish trap that morning. The little boys by the river were shy when they saw Enai Yang step into the water, diving quickly and disappearing under the surface, transforming into agile fishes lurking beneath the water. Enai Yang, carrying the fish trap upon returning, had a slight smile on her face. The trap was heavy with quite a few fish. On reaching the shore, Enai Yang poured all the fish from the trap into a plastic bucket. The bucket was filled with fish of various kinds such as carp, crucian carp, mullet, grass carp, and many small river shrimps. This was a sight unseen in later generations. Only in this pure, unpolluted era could one find such an abundance of wild fish and shrimp. After pouring out all the fish, Enai Yang put the trap back in its original place. A little boy who was swimming approached cautiously and asked, Sister, is your name Enai Yang? Yes, Enai Yang replied with a smile. What's your name? The little boy tilted his head looking at Yang. Sister Yang, you are really pretty, even prettier than Sister Xiaohong. Regardless of the era, beauty always commands attention. Yang finished placing the trap. Thank you for your compliment. Be careful when you swim alone. The little boy continued. Sister Yang, my name is Li Changsho, but you can call me by my nickname, Gooden. I am not here alone. I came here with my brother Li Fugue, and one also have an older sister called Li Ronghua. Gooden. Yang laughed without replying. Gooden continued. However, my sister is not as pretty as you and she has a terrible temper, always ready to hit people. Only a real younger brother would dare to diss his sister this way. Yang laughingly said, You're too young to judge people by their looks. Watch out your sister doesn't overhear you and give you a good beating. Hearing this, Gooden arrogantly raised his adorable little head. She wouldn't dare. Yang smiled faintly. All right, one need to go home and cook now, one won't chat anymore, bye. Bye, Gooden waved to Yang. After Yang left, Gooden quickly swam to his brother Li Fugue. Brother, Sister Yang is such a nice person. She's nothing like what Uncle 2 and Auntie 3 said. Anyway, I really like her. Li Fugue, 6 years older and more mature than Gooden, replied, A gentleman doesn't judge someone by rumors, nor does he spread rumors about others. If she really is as everyone say, we'll find out with time. After Yang returned home, she placed all the fish and shrimp from the bucket into a large basin. She then removed the river shrimps, planning to make a dish of fried river shrimp for dinner. Next, she cleaned a carp, planning to use it with food purchased today to make a dish for beauty and breast enhancement, stewed carp with kelp and pork feet. Just having a pretty face isn't enough for a woman, she must also have a perfect figure. Wanting fair skin, a perfect figure, rosy lips, sparkling eyes can all be achieved through dietary therapy. In later generations, many people neglected their eating habits, had irregular meals, craved sweet and spicy foods, and were addicted to internet-famous foods and fast foods, leading to obesity, dark skin, spots and acne. Their looks would gradually deteriorate. Hence, Yang decided to start now and use the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine she learned in her previous life to improve herself, both externally and internally. Not just herself, but also Zuihua. Zuihua, now only 36 years old, already had wrinkles on her face. Her skin was extremely dull, and her figure had lost its shape. Yang wanted to help her regain her youth and find her happiness again. After prepping the ingredients for stewed carp with kelp and pork feet, Yang fetched a casserole and put all the ingredients in it to stew. Soon, delicious fragrance filled the small kitchen. Chapter 30 Mo Baichuan. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. The first dish was a clear stir-fried pig kidney. Pig kidney contains micromineral elements like zinc, iron, copper, and phosphorus, as well as vitamins and fats. This is a good dish to alleviate aging. The next dish was sautéed green beans with river prawns. Both the green beans and river prawns are high-protein foods that have a strong lactogenic effect, promoting healthy breast development. This is considered an excellent dish for breast enhancement. Chingui ordered the sour fish dish. Aside from tasting good, sour fish had no other effects. Finally, there was a dish of stewed carp with kelp and pork feet, another breast enhancement dish. The main dish was chive porridge. As recorded in Compendium of Materia Medica, chive's porridge warms up the center and the lower body. Daytime Compendium of Materia Medica states, it helps stop diarrhea and bleeding, warms the waist and knees, eliminates cold obstructions in heart and chest, painful menstruation and abdominal pain. Therefore, chive porridge has the effect of driving away cold and warming the womb, which is extremely beneficial for women, especially for those like Zuihua who are in confinement. Ordinary people who consume it also benefit from its beautifying and rejuvenating effects. Women are always more beautiful when they are warm. As soon as Yang served the dishes, Chingay walked in with a bag. Good timing. Yang, can we start dinner yet? Where's your mom? Yang replied with a smile, and is back. My mom is putting my sister to sleep. If you are hungry, feel free to start first. Chingay put his bag aside. I'll wash my hands first. Let's start the meal together when your mom is here. And Chengge wasn't the type to be impolite. Meanwhile, at the base, sitting in his office, Mo Baichuan rubbed his temples tiredly after a long day of work. Remembering something, he picked up the telephone on the desk, dialed a number. A moment later, the call was connected. "Hello, Aunt Wu, it's me." Perhaps due to not speaking for a while, his voice sounded deep and husky, filled with magnetism. On the other end of the line, Aunt Wu quickly handed the phone to an elderly woman with white hair. "Hello, Xiaochuan. My dear boy, when will you come back to visit your grandma?" The elderly woman's face lit up with a loving smile, her speech sweetly childlike. "Grandma, I'll come to see you as soon as one finish my work." His expression softened somewhat. "How are you and Grandpa doing?" "We're good, we're all good, you don't have to worry about us," replied Grandma quickly. "And Xiaodai?" asked Baichuan. "How is Xiaodai doing recently?" At his words, Grandma's face dimmed slightly. "She's still the same," Baichuan rubbed at his forehead, his face a mask of worry. His tone remained steady, however, comforting. "Grandma, don't worry about Xiaod. Good people have a way of pulling through. Our medical technology is very advanced now. If worst comes to worst, we can go to the USA or the UK. Xiaodai will surely get better one day." Grandma responded, "A few days ago, one heard from your Uncle Li that there is a renowned doctor in Jiangnan who is a descendant of Hua Tuo and is skilled in treating complex diseases. Grandpa has already sent for him, hoping he can cure Xiaodai's illness. If he's as good as they say he is, I'm sure he'll definitely be able to cure Xiaodai," Baichuan replied. "Grandma, has any stranger visited our house lately? Possibly carrying a watch of mine?" "No," replied Grandma, frowning slightly. "I've been at home all these days and haven't seen any strangers. Did you lose your watch?" "No? Are you sure?" Baichuan's brows knitted together in confusion. "Never mind then, Grandma. If you do see anyone, remember to call and let me know." "All right." Mrs. Mo nodded, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Mo Baichuan hung up the phone, stood up, and walked to the balcony. He gazed at the stars in the sky as if lost in thought. His exquisite peach blossom eyes, deep as the darkest night, seemed to blend seamlessly with the dazzling trail of stars. He was wearing a military green shirt. The second button was undone, revealing his beautifully curved collarbone and the appealing knot of his throat. Above that was his distinct jawline, sharply defined facial features, and smooth skin that seemed carved to perfection. A strong aura emanated from him. Just standing there casually, he made it impossible for others to reach him or dare to approach. He was thinking about Yang. By his count, Yang had been in Beijing for 5 or 6 days now. Why hadn't she come to see him at Mo family? What kind of person was Yang really? Mo Baichuan had seen countless people in his life, but Yang was the only person he could not figure out. Though she was just a 16-year-old girl, his instincts told him she was not as simple as she appeared. Ordinary girls her age didn't have her kind of courage and determination. Mo Baichuan's brow furrowed as the realization dawned on him that he was becoming increasingly infatuated with the girl. This was not a good sign. He slowly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. With a clink, a chain of ghostly blue flame leaped up from the silver lighter. Mo Baichuan held the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and took a deep drag. The fresh taste of tobacco hit the back of his throat, instantly sobering him. He stared at the starry night sky, with an indescribable look in his eyes. In between inhaling and exhaling smoke, he had a sexy charm about him. No matter where such a man went, he would always be the center of attention. Li Xianxia was coming from afar. She couldn't help but decrease her pace and stood stupefied, looking at Mo Baichuan's silhouette profile, her gaze almost fanatical. She had never seen a man who looked so attractive, even while smoking. From any angle, he was flawless. If she had to describe him in 4 words, it would be refined and profound. Li Xianxia took a deep breath, hid the fanaticism deep in her eyes, and casually walked up to Mo Baichuan. Speaking in a gentle tone, she said, "Mr. Mo, the young girl you asked me to look up, she's married. If you intend to meet her, it might be a bit inconvenient." At this moment, Li Xianxian still didn't know that Mu Yang had changed her name to Ni Yang and had left Dam Village for Beijing. Married? Mo Baichuan squinted slightly. When was this? Just a few days ago, Li Xianxian softly explained. This is often how it is in rural areas. People marry off young because of poverty. One also heard that the girl married quite well. The man may be a bit older, but he has land, a house, and money. She won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. This statement implied that Ni Yang had not married a man, but had married money. Because at this time, the freedom of marriage was in vogue, and even families couldn't force someone to marry against their will. Thinking of the watch that Ni Yang had swindled from him, a cold light flashed in Mo Baichuan's eyes. He must have been out of his mind. To fall for someone like that. Noticing Mo Baichuan's change of expression, a fleeting look of satisfaction flashed in Li Xianxian's eyes. Mr. Mo, even though it's summer, the nights can still be chilly. You should go inside and rest, Li Xianxian continued to say. Mo Baichuan flicked away the ash from his cigarette, his thin lips parted to issue a dismissal. You may go first. Li Xianxian remained where she stood, understandingly said, Mr. Mo, one noticed there are some clothes in your room that need washing. I have some laundry to do too, so I'll take them and wash them with mine. Despite the interrogative nature of her phrasing, she spoke in a declarative tone. Chapter 31 Rare Disease This era wasn't as liberal as the ones to come. However, for a woman to spontaneously offer to wash a man's clothing, the innuendo is evident. Moreover, Mo Baichuan was known for his aloof demeanor. Though, the popular phrase, aloof, wasn't prevalent yet in that time. Most would describe a man like Mo Baichuan as solitary and proud. Mo Baichuan always kept to himself, never letting any woman get too close, yet Li Xianxian felt she was an exception. Being the only female assistant by Mo Baichuan's side, she was the object of envy amongst all employees. Besides, she has a lot to be proud of. She was young, beautiful, intelligent, knew how to watch her step and when to advance or retreat. She stood out from the crowd. And she was personally chosen by the Mo family. Although they never explicitly said so, Li Xianxian saw herself as the future matriarch of the Mo family and the prospective wife of Mo Baichuan. Furthermore, she was confident that Mo Baichuan held affections for her as well. It was just that societal norms made it unseemly for him to express his feelings. Since Mo Baichuan was too shy to voice his feelings, she felt she had to make the first move. Frowning coolly, Mo Baichuan declined, No need, you may return. He was only 26, still in his prime. But his family was in a hurry, fearing that he'd end up as a bachelor. Li Xianxian was foisted upon him by his father and grandfather under the guise of work. Outside of work, he never gave Li Xianxian any inappropriate signals. The perfect partner in his mind didn't have to be the prettiest but certainly had to be the one he loved. This brought to mind the word, love. The face that emerged in his mind was distinctively fun yet gorgeous. Such a young girl already possessed qualities that could make men lose their senses. Unfortunately, she was already taken by an unknown older man. Reflecting on this, Mo Baichuan quickly shook himself out of his reverie. What was he doing, thinking of that young girl out of the blue? Upon hearing his words, instead of leaving, Li Xianxian moved a step closer to Mo Baichuan, her face slightly red, her voice flirtatious. There's no need to be embarrassed, Mr. Mo. It's my job to. Mo Baichuan's face chilled even further and he took a step back. Mississippi Li Xianxian, please respect yourself. Mr. Mo, Li Xianxian drew out her words, attempting to pull on Mo Baichuan's sleeve. But Mo Baichuan didn't give her a chance. He quickly pulled away his arm, sternly warning, Li Xianxian, always remember your position. Should you overstep any boundaries, report to the logistics department tomorrow. Li Xianxian was recommended by his father and grandfather. If he sent her to logistics, it would be a slap to their faces, questioning their ability to judge character. Thus, Mo Baichuan couldn't make such a move yet. Upon hearing this, Li Xianxian looked at him in disbelief. How can this be? She thought she had seen a hint of disgust in Mo Baichuan's eyes. Mo Baichuan clearly liked her too. Could it be her imagination? However, this was the office after all, A very serious place. It probably wouldn't be suitable for Mo Baichuan, a man in a position of power, to openly express his feelings here. Therefore, Mo Baichuan must repress his feelings because he had to maintain his dignity. Thinking along these lines, Li Xianxian started to feel better. Looking at Mo Baichuan, she sincerely said, "Mr. Mo, I understand my mistake. There won't be a next time." Over here, the Mo family. Old Lady Mo, filled with sorrow, was sitting in a very warmly decorated bedroom, where the air was thick with the smell of medicine. On the pink princess bed lay a young girl, barely 13 or 14. The girl's face was as white as snow, with her lips becoming paper white. Looking at old Lady Mo, she comforted wisely, "Granny, don't worry, I don't feel any pain, really no pain." Despite her words of no pain, her voice was incredibly weak and feeble. Due to bedridden years, her body barely had any weight. Upon hearing this, old Lady Mo fought back her tears and smiled. "Don't worry. Granny is not worried at all. Our Xiaodai will recover soon. This little sickness is nothing." "Mchim." Mo Hudi nodded, "I will definitely get better." Although Mo Hudi was not very old, her mind was extremely mature. She knew that her days were numbered. In fact, it might be better to die quickly than to live. Every minute she lived now was filled with tormenting pain. It was unbearable. Yet, to prevent Granny from worrying, she never admitted the pain. The departure of her mother had already dealt a severe blow to Granny. She could not cause her grandmother to endure the pain of losing a loved one again. Therefore, she had been actively cooperating with the treatments, not letting go of any chance to survive. It had been 5 years, lying in bed. She really tried hard to survive. But now, she really couldn't hold on any longer. With the help of sleeping pills, Mo Hudi fell into an uneasy sleep. Even in her dreams, her brows frowned tightly. One could only imagine the bone-crushing pain she was enduring. At this moment, old Lady Mo finally could not control her emotions and started to cry softly. Her daughter had already left. No matter what, she had to keep hold of the only bloodline left in the world by her daughter. Otherwise, she would have no face to meet her daughter in the afterlife. After crying, old Lady Mo went to the living room, made a call, and said, "Tell Divine Dr. Li that as long as he can cure Xiaodai, our Mo family will meet all his demands." The Wang family. Yang Guobao was chasing a big rooster around the yard. Grandma was telling her daughter, Wang Meifeng, what happened on the river beach this afternoon. Listening, Wang Meifeng felt a cold chill. As Yang Guobao's mother, she knew her son's condition well. She knew that in such a situation, if Yang didn't stop her mother and take prompt rescue measures, she might not have seen her son this lively today. Thinking of this, Wang Meifeng was filled with lingering fear. "Mom, we must thank that girl properly. Where does she live? Take me to her quickly." Grandma frowned slightly. "Are you saying that this girl, Yang, is really quite capable?" Even now, Grandma still held doubts about Yang, considering her intervention as nothing more than her good luck. "Of course." Wang Meifeng continued, "If we sent Guobao to the health clinic today as you suggested, I might not be able to see Guobao right now. Mom, you've really met a noble person today." Grandma looked at Wang Meifeng, recalling the words Yang said in the afternoon, and said, "Meifeng, that girl also said that her family has been practicing medicine for generations and she has a cure for Guobao's disease." Originally, Grandma didn't take this matter seriously, but seeing her daughter praising Yang so highly, she decided to mention it. When she heard these words, Wang Meifeng exclaimed excitedly, "Mom, are you serious?" You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.